Newberg City Council work session for February 21st, 2017. May I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Mayor, all present, duly noted.
Thank you. One absent.
My apologies, Councilor Bacon is absent this evening.
Thank you. Consent calendar. I have one item on the consent calendar. Anybody else having anything on the consent calendar? And it is kind of a nitpicking area. Page 1 of 4 on your consent calendar. In the roll call for the council meeting, the council business session, it does not have Councilor Corey is absent. It does for the work session, but not for the council section.
I shall fix it.
Thank you. Anything else on the consent calendar? Nothing on the consent calendar? Anything on any other agenda item? And anything for council business, please? I have 3 items. 2 for myself, a town hall and an employee recognition breakfast. And our city attorney has an item he wants to bring up. So anything else for council business? None appearing, then we have 2 items. We're going to have a busy work session. We have 2 items. And the first one is just a kind of an open discussion of where we are and where we're going from here regarding our contract and the future with the Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue. So with that, I'm going to invite our friends from TVFNR forward. If you would, the mic, the button on the right, if there are 2 buttons, identify yourself. We give you 2.5 minutes. Oh, it said 5, never mind. If you'd introduce yourself, and away we go.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Councilors. I'm Les Holmo, Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue.
And I'm Cassandra Olden with Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue.
And Mr. Mayor, if it's okay, I would like to call on Truman just to update the council. In the process, we found a part of the law regarding your authority on this decision that we weren't aware of until we got into the process. And it may help if we let Truman explain why we are where we are.
Are you prepared, City Attorney?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Truman Stone, City Attorney, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So the question was brought up whether the city was required to take a vote or whether the citizens of the city were required to take a vote in order to annex into the district. And so I looked at the state statute on that, and I will say that that statute's not a model of clarity. And I had some questions in my mind after reading that, but I had some good conversations with the attorney for Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue, who I've worked with quite a bit through this process and negotiating the contract, and I've found him to be very knowledgeable and very good to deal with. And as we walk through kind of the step-by-step elements in the statute, it appears that the city council has the authority to begin the process by passing a resolution asking to be annexed into the district. The district board then has the option to accept that request and to either set it for a vote or not set it for a vote if certain parameters are met. And in our case, those parameters are met, and it has to do with population relative from the city to the district. And because we're relatively small compared to the overall population of the district is not required to hold a vote. So if they accept the city's request to annex and decide not to have a vote, then when it comes back to the city, there's no vote required of the citizens. So it's strictly a council decision at that point. If the board does decide to have a vote, then they'll set a date, order will come back or resolution will come back from their board to the city council, at which time the city council would be required to set an election on that same date.
Follow on. Councilor McKinney?
An advisory vote for a vote up and down, non-advisory.
That would not be an advisory. Under those circumstances, it would be an actual vote whether to annex or not.
Any other questions from the council at this time? You've heard from the city attorney.
Thank you, Mr.
Chief?
Mayor. So we're here tonight to talk about, that obviously is a little bit different than what we was first understanding as we walked into this process. So we're here to talk about that tonight, that does change things a little bit and how we move forward. Number one, we want to say everything is going extremely well so far. I know our intergovernmental council has been very pleased and we're excited. As your former fire chief, I know we have one new face on the city council, and Patrick, I know you came on kind of the last part of it. So what I'd like to start out with is just a quick why we are where we are and why Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue is now your service provider of fire and EMS in the city of Newberg. So going back several years ago, I had some very open discussions with especially when we got into the process of the budget committee, talking about we were really starting to struggle with the fire department, our ability to deliver services for staffing reasons. And that actually ended up being a two-part problem. One was our career staff. The city of Newberg had not hired additional staffing since 2006. And in about a 10-year period, we'd had approximately 40% increase in our call volume. So our resources were being stretched very, very thin. The model that we were using at the time was a combination model of both career and volunteer firefighters. But we use volunteers a little bit different than most fire departments do, and that is we actually relied on the volunteers to come in overnight and staff our apparatus. We had 2 part-time firefighters that worked a 10-hour day that would go home at 5:30 in the evening, and theoretically, those 2 volunteer firefighters, or those 2 part-time firefighters be replaced by 2 volunteer firefighters who had worked a 10-hour night overnight. What's happening in the world of volunteer firefighters is more and more, most families are multi-income families. It takes a lot to be a volunteer firefighter in this day and age, not only to keep up with the training and required certifications, but also the time away from your family. So what we were finding with our volunteer corps, they were struggling to commit to pulling a 10-hour shift 2, 3, sometimes 4 times a week. And more they were having to decline to come in and work a shift. So what would happen with our staffing model is in the evenings at 5:30, if we could not get a volunteer firefighter to come in and work the overnight shift, we would drop down to a single engine company with 2 firefighters on it. The national standard for a community of our size, at least 3 firefighters, preferably 4 firefighters on an engine company. We were operating with 1 engine with 2 firefighters, which is well below a national comfortable safety standard. So we were in a bad spot. And I hope you appreciate the fact that I was not sleeping well at night because I was concerned with our call volume, and working at such a minimal amount of staffing, we were putting not only our community in danger and our citizens in danger, but the firefighters as well. And working with the city council, we finally got to a point where I was given permission to go find alternatives. There's got to be something else we can do. We were very fortunate with the timing wise when we went and spoke with Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue, which provided all the services on the eastern side of our border. The timing was right. They were very interested in coming to you and offering what we have now in this current contract. I'm excited because when the contract started July 1, we immediately went to 2 fire engines with 3 firefighters on them, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It probably would have taken the city of Newberg another 10 to 15 years to achieve that level. And then coming this July 1 of 2017, we're adding a 4th firefighter on both of those apparatus. So July 1, 2017, the city of Newberg will have 2 24-hour, 7-day-a-week fire companies with 4 firefighters on each. And that's on top of the 2 ALS ambulances that are staffed 24 hours a day. I believe that's taken this city 30 years ahead of where it would be without Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue. So as your former fire chief, and I'll always feel like I'm your fire chief, we have taken the city a long ways. And I'm excited about what Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue is doing for the service delivery in our community. I know there was concerns about a lot of the historical aspects of Newberg Fire Department, a lot of the things we've done for the community for many, many years, and Tualatin Valley made a commitment to very early on. They're going to honor those and carry those traditions forward, and I believe they proved that to you. They're committed. They're committed. They recognize we're a small community, but you got to remember, they're already delivering services in 10 other small communities. They get that, and they always want to make sure that they feel like your small-town fire department.
So in the intergovernmental council meetings, there's been conversation about
Would
community
you
outreach.
identify yourself,
Pardon,
please?
yes.
We're recording this, and so we need to identify.
You bet. So I'm Cassandra Ulvin with Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue, and I work with the Fire Chief's Office on our community outreach. And during the intergovernmental council meetings, we talked about how important it will be to communicate with your residents regardless of what you choose next. We have a pretty decent amount of experience in doing community outreach, both related to partnerships like the one that we have with the City of Newberg, but also with funding measures and safety initiatives within our community. So during our conversations, we've talked about what would need to be done in order to really get a lot of citizen feedback to help inform your decision as a body. And we have some recommendations. You have an outline the dais that shows you what we could do in coming months to really engage a lot of folks and have a robust community dialogue. And as soon as I'm done talking through this outline, we have our John and Martha from Campbell DeLong Resources Incorporated that has performed this kind of public attitude work for us in the past, just to talk about their process methodology and a timeline should you choose to employ this kind of outreach. In the past, we've utilized focus groups, public attitude surveys, community meetings, direct mail and advertising, town halls, all of which can surface any concerns about the future of your fire provision and EMS services. Since your council will, by contract, need to come to some conclusions by July 1st of 2017, this schedule would allow us a lot of time to interact with citizens in the community before you would have to pass any resolutions. And then also leaning forward to whatever you decide in the future, we have, should annexation be what your community and council decide, we have some deadlines with the Department of Revenue that require a fairly long legal process that would need to be achieved prior to, or when the contract ends, June 30th of 2018. So I know that we are on a time schedule this evening, and I want to allow some room for questions. So now I'll ask John and Martha to come up here and talk about their process.
Good evening. I'm John Campbell with Campbell DeLong Resources, Inc.
And I'm Martha DeLong with Campbell DeLong Resources.
And just briefly, when we were told 5 minutes, we thought we don't clear our throats very well in just 5 minutes. So we'll try to be very brief and then answer questions should you have them following that. In brief, Martha and I have both been working on public attitude and opinion research for over 30 years and have a lot of skill on this, both from the qualitative side, so when we use a language like focus groups or interviews, that's more qualitative, and the quantitative side, surveys, that type of thing. We have specialized significantly in the past 15 to 20 years on a lot of public safety issues, particularly having to do with bonds, levies, annexations, looking at how the public views different issues, and also how to communicate on many issues. We worked on many cycles with TVF&R and also many different fire districts throughout the Northwest, essentially, from very small ones that are essentially all volunteer to large ones like TVF&R. So we've seen this from a number of different angles. Martha's going to describe to you briefly about the process that we talk about. I want to make a couple of general comments about that. When you hear us talk about doing focus groups or quantitative surveys, we're talking about something that those terms may mean to us something a little bit different from the generic when one hears focus groups, one thinks of maybe presidential campaigns trying to push people in one direction or another or some darn thing. But when we talk about we're going to do a focus group, it's a little different than a community event. It's a scientific polling where we define mutually with the decision makers who we want to have in the room, not by individual people, but what's the criteria. So we get a real cross-section of the community. And that's different from the people you necessarily meet at a community meeting. It's a real cross-section of their general community or of your voters, depending on how that's defined. And we very often do that to get a sense of, to be able to explore issues in some depth. How do people feel about different issues with annexation versus where the funding comes from, and a variety of different kinds of questions, but explaining it and understanding it, because as you well know, the public often doesn't understand the details as much as you do. And so being able to match that understanding is a critical element. Through that research and through the quantitative work that we can do to measure what's the exact opinion, what percentage feel which way, we can measure what types of information is most relevant to the public, what is most useful to them. And we consistently see a difference between how all of us speak internally in government versus how the rest of the public speaks. And I'll give you a simple example and then turn over to Martha. But one simple example is in working with TVF&R early on, measuring, just if you say, if we're going to do this, we have the right resource, we'll be able to have the right resources show up to the right calls. That doesn't resonate with the public the same thing as if we're going to do this, we'll be able to have firefighters show up to fire and life-threatening emergencies. Now, obviously, those are the same things, but one describes more accurately what the public thinks. Internally, we tend to resort to jargon. Externally, we need to realize what are people actually paying for, what's the service and what's some of the benefits. That is an extremely simple example of a much more complicated and in-depth process, but we can measure a variety of things with that and really come back to you and give you the pulse of here's what the community is saying, here's how they're likely to, if it were a vote, here's how we're likely to go, and a variety of dimensions of that can be quite informative. So that's a general statement. Martha, I'll let you go from there.
Any questions at this point? Okay. What we're talking about doing in this situation is really a two-phase project, starting with focus groups, where we would get a cross-section of the community. We would, for example, make sure that we had people from all the different neighborhoods in Newberg, so you don't by chance center it just in one particular part of town. We would also set some quotas for age, so that we made sure that we had a good cross-section of the community. We wouldn't require them to be voters. We want to hear from everybody in the community. We then get them in a room. We will have we will probably recruit 12. Typically, that means that we'll have 8 to 10 people in a room, and then we'll have a 90-minute discussion with them about the city, about what they think about their current service, their awareness of who's providing that service now, and then lay out the situation to them and why you've gotten where you've gotten by having a contract with TVF&R and what that means going forward, and then talking to them about what it is that they think the city council, if they were on the city council, what they would be doing. It gives us an opportunity to really flex and to listen and to hear how people talk about these issues in their words. And then going forward, we would then do a quantitative study where we would call up a large sample of community residents and ask them questions. But by doing the focus groups first, we'll have a better idea of the language to use and the particular questions and areas of concerns that they have, so that we can then come back to you as a city council and say, this is what the community thinks. This is the percentage of the community that is supportive of this action. This, for instance, is how they feel about the financial aspect of what it is, the decisions that you have to make regarding the tax base.
Just to clarify, when Martha described focus groups, there would be more than one that would
Yes.
be done.
Yes.
But she described what one focus group looks like.
Let me expand on that. You say there'll be more than one.
Yes.
Expand on that.
We typically do at least 2, because we want to make sure that if you have one group that you didn't for some reason get a skewed sample, and so that you can see the consistency between the two groups and also the differences between the two groups. One of the things we're really looking for in a focus group is the range of opinion. We can't say that statistically, two groups of 12 people are going to tell you statistically exactly what's going on in the community, but we will know the range. We will hear the whole range of attitudes during those groups. We're also talking about possibly doing a group with business people in the Newberg area, because we know that it's important that they also support your decisions as you go forward.
Are you going to be coordinating with staff and identifying where staff is more aware of the different inclines that it would be in the community?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
So you're not limited to, say, 2? You would do more than 2
Not-
or 3 or 4?
Part of that is in the design phase.
Yeah.
And so we're, on the one hand, we're happy to do more or do more sort of smaller in different areas of the community. Part of that involves a discussion to figure out where we look at. We typically see with clients, they will say, let's do 8 focus groups. And what we know whenever we've done 8 focus groups is by about the 4th one, if we're doing it in a room where the clients can watch, they're getting so bored they can't stand it because they've heard all the answers before. But we can do many focus groups. We generally recommend, this is to get a temperature. It's not to quantify exactly what's happening. So we generally recommend a relatively small number, 2, 3, 4 is enough to get the temperature. And we also very typically see some skepticism about that with a group that we haven't worked with before. And once they see what's coming out of that, if they attend or see what's happening in the group, they do see how it's very different from a community meeting. And sometimes we have examples where it gets sort of a surprise validation a bit later on that. City of Beaverton is an example where we did focus groups on their police station bond. And I said, it doesn't look like it's going to pass. And then we went ahead and did the quantitative survey. We said, definitely not going to pass. And like we heard in the focus groups. And they put it off for a couple of years while they did follow some of the messaging, and they came close to passage. Now, I think they went again and recently
Yes,
did
and
pass.
they just passed it.
But I think they were a little surprised to see that the research was as accurate as it was. So there's a certain amount of working with the decision makers, whether that's you specifically, I know you're ultimately decision makers, but as far as the designers of it, and defining what are the different groups, elements that we need to screen for to make sure we have in the room. But it does return some very accurate information, and again, dramatically different from a generic community meeting or a town hall, which is a very important method of communication as well, but it's not this method of data collection.
Continue, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your
No,
thought.
no.
Continue.
No?
Councilor McKinney?
For TVFNR, you've conducted these surveys and focus groups how many times before and in what communities?
For TVFNR, we have been working with them for about 15 years, and we have conducted focus groups all over the TVFNR area. We have, primarily that's the population that we're dealing with. We've also done some fascinating work. I did some focus groups with children, looking at what they were learning about fire and how they're supposed to be reacting in fire so that they could do a better job of educating the children. John has worked with renters and landlords because
Through TVFNR.
through TVFNR, as far as looking at how to prevent fires in those types of environments.
Probably you asked a question that could have a quantitative answer, and I would say we've done, it's hard for me to quickly say off the top of my head how many focus groups projects specifically we've done in TVFNR, but we've certainly done research projects, roughly at least 1, if not 2, annually for about 15 years. And it may also be relevant to point out, for example, Martha did work with Oregon City when they were looking at annexation with Clackamas Fire 1, and did focus groups both with the business community and with the public, and then did follow-up surveys with that.
Actually, we didn't. They just
did the
used,
focus
we
groups,
just did the
and,
focus groups, and that provided them with the information they needed to go ahead and communicate with the public about the things that they really cared about.
And also work with Redmond, where they were looking at merging the district around the city and some of that. I think of those two simply because they are most analogous to the kinds of issues that we're talking about here. But Does that help? I don't know whether we got to your question entirely.
Yeah, follow on, please. Yeah, it helps a little. This council has always done well with a list of comparators. What cities, who were they? What were they focusing? Are they similar values
Yeah.
to Newberg or dissimilar? I noticed that in our mayor, myself, and the city manager, in regards to this specific question that our attorney has outlined, whether or not it's just going to be the council or if it needs to go to the public for a
Yeah.
vote. How is the public going to be able to perceive this argument? I know that there's going to be people on this council that's going to be interested in what those focus groups say about that.
Sure.
The utilization of the present funds collected, and some people are expecting all of those, to come back and then something else or whatever. I'm really interested in knowing that the focus groups will be able to address those kinds of specific issues
Right.
so that we can really knowledgeably
Yeah.
speak to our constituents.
Well, and that's why we, in talking to Cassandra about that, we decided to recommend doing focus groups first, specifically because of that money issue. The Oregon City groups that John mentioned, that was one of their big issues, was how much of the money that they're currently spending on fire did they need to give back to the people or reduce that? And the focus groups were instrumental in determining what it was that they were going to do. Because basically, if you ask that question initially in a telephone survey, of course everybody's going to say, well, you need to give it all back to me, because it's a really complicated question. But in a focus group setting, we can present that information to people step by step so that they actually understand it. And if they aren't understanding it by how we're explaining it, then we can change. We can, because either John or I would be moderating the group and we understand the issue. So if we need to change what we're saying on the fly because they're not understanding it, we can do that. And we spend 90 minutes with these people, so that you can really do an in-depth discussion of what's going on. So I think, that question about the financial impact and on the city and on the taxpayers is one of the reasons why we're recommending doing the focus groups first, because we think that format is better to
So-
get at that question.
And just to sort of characterize it, to follow on to that, one, we often see a lack of recognition that there are, in a choice like this, there are two benefits potentially to the public. One benefit is, in this case, a higher level of fire and rescue response service that is consistent with population growth and a variety of those things. There's a variety of benefits that have to do with fire, rescue, response, and other associated services. There's another potential basket of benefits that has to do with what the city can do differently when the funding streams are different. And there may be specific things that the city benefits that can benefit the community as a result of that, and being able to talk about those and looking at those trade-offs. And that's something that actually takes a little bit of layering to go through with folks. So that you have an idea of how a focus group generally sets up. Just very briefly, you always start with people introduce themselves, and then you start with some very broad, open-ended questions, because you want to hear what's in their minds before we sort of pollute them with questions. So you say, okay, you all live in the city of Newberg. What's going well? What do you like about it? What do you dislike? What are your opinions about your services? And we get a whole bunch of information just generally from them about that. And they say, okay, now we want to talk about fire and rescue services, and we start going into details. And by the end, we're going through every single one of the sort of detailed questions that you all likely have, and we would develop that mutually with you before we did that. I should very much stress that before we go into a room or even start recruiting, we would be working with a team that you would identify, and maybe it's everybody here, I'm not sure, but to identify exactly what are the questions we're going to ask. We don't go in with a single piece of paper like I'm holding here. We go in with about a 10-page discussion guide that we've put together that says, here are all the different issues, and I sort of think of it as you are programming our brains so that we understand if this comes up, then we want to talk about this, if this, then, so that we are sort of fully prepared to be the objective researchers with good understanding of the background information.
Councilor Johnson?
I have a number of kind of nuts and bolts questions, just because I've come in kind of in the middle of this agreement with TVFNR.
We'll try 'em.
Okay. First question for you folks is, I have been involved with other focus groups. When you guys are actually conducting the focus groups, are representatives of the city available to witness or attend?
The answer is yes. In a situation like Newberg, where there isn't a wonderful focus group facility, here, we can do it a couple of different ways. We wouldn't recommend that elected officials who could be recognized be in the same room. We can set up a closed circuit situation so that you can be in an adjoining room. That would enable you to send us notes if you hear them talking about something and you want them to ask them about this because they brought up that, you would be able to do that. Certainly, we record every group, and if you're not able to be there the evening when the group is being held, you would be able to see that. But we can certainly set up a closed circuit so that you can see it live.
We can all,
And then I had some questions for the chief, if that's all right, for Chief Holloman. Are you guys done with your presentation? I mean, I could wait until you guys are
Do
done.
you have any other questions?
so long as you're done with your questions, we're.
Yeah, I'm done with these folks.
Continue.
Great.
Chief Alderman.
Les Holman, Talton Valley Fire and Rescue.
So,
And,
Sorry.
Mike Dyke, 12 Valley Fire and Rescue Joint Chief.
thank you. Councilor Johnson.
thanks. And just to let you know, Mr. Mayor, I have about 5 questions, if that's all right.
Well, we are under a time constraint.
I know, but I think this is a pretty important issue.
Go ahead, we'll get started.
Thanks. So, explain to me a little bit, I'm a little confused as how it works with the city of Newberg and then the rural response area. So like going out to Rex Hill or out toward Yam Hill or up toward the Parrot Mountain. How does that all work, and do those folks pay into this? And I just need to know the nuts and bolts of that, and I'm sure Haley would like to know that too. So-
Sure. So just real briefly, for many, many years, I'm sorry, I don't know the total amount of years, there's been a Newberg Rural Fire Protection District, which is a separate government entity, just like Talton Valley Fire and Rescue is. It's its own governing board, 5 elected officials, and they have their own tax rate. So what they've done for their entire existence is they simply contracted back with the city of Newberg to provide their fire protection. So they've never owned their own fire stations. They've always relied on the city of Newberg's fire stations, fire equipment, and fire personnel. They've collected 44 cents on 1,000 as their tax rate, which brings in about $300,000 per year. So unfortunately, they would be in a very difficult situation to try to even attempt to provide their own fire protection at $300,000 a year. Does that,
Yeah, and then
Okay.
to follow on. So if we.
This is number 2.
Okay. And you guys might get some emails then.
sure, sure.
My second question is based on this is, so if we make a decision to go to TVFNR, then has there been any discussions with the rural district?
Yes, and it's two very separate topics, but yes,
Okay.
from the very beginning, matter of fact, we meet with that board following this meeting tonight. From the very beginning, they've been kept up to speed on the process. Because they have a contract with the city of Newberg. They were fully understanding and supported when the city made the decision to go with Talton Valley Fire and Rescue, with the understanding that then their protection would also be provided by Talton Valley Fire and Rescue. So right now, their contract with the city is still in place. Talton Valley Fire and Rescue is now providing that fire protection instead of the city. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I just had, I'm just gonna ask one more, and then I'll be done. I'll handle the rest of this offline. I asked Mary to send me some numbers based on fire run case numbers, and looked at from 2006 until 2016. And saw a pretty dramatic increase over the last few years. I mean, obviously, they went up and down, and they were kind of, but since 2012, the number of calls continually rose. And then when you look at FY 15-16, they're down 70, even with and kind of an apples to oranges comparison, because I know I'm doubling up. You know, you got part of 15 in there. but the call volume since TVFNR has taken over does look like it's gone down about 70. And I'm just curious how you think all that works, or if you could get back to me.
Sure,
just on
I have
how
to look
that-
at the data, but I will tell you, it's ebb and flows. It's
Okay.
totally unpredictable, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
So you never know. All we can do is look at what we've done, a 10-year case study, and it's a consistent rise over that 10 years.
Okay, and and the only reason I ask that is I just want to make sure that we're, I'm not out riding on a fire truck. I have no idea how the services compare. And so I was just looking for data points to say, okay, when we had our own fire service, this is the type of service we got. With TVFNR, are we getting a comparable?
Absolutely.
Just-
TVFNR is doing everything the City of Newberg Fire Department did before. The difference is they're now providing much higher amount of resources to do that. So,
Yeah, that's good.
You know, if I might, just one thing that sometimes causes differences between response incident numbers is what constitutes an incident. So where TVFNR may not count an incident number for a move-up, that may have been the structure in the past, and especially since Chief Hallman described early on the fact that they had lower staffing levels would have meant they required more move-ups because they were out of resources much more often than we are today. So, but we can dig into the actual nuts and bolts as what's causing that. But I'll tell you, just across our entire fire district, we typically see incident volume trends with population. More people, more calls. There are some variances that you'll see with an aging demographic, but for the most part, it would be interesting to look at what has been the population increase to the city of Newberg over that same time period, and I'd be willing to bet that it probably is fairly close.
Thank you.
Your mic? Anything else you want to add at this time?
I would just add that, it's our hope, and what John and Martha, they mentioned a lot of similar processes they've done around the state and locally. They do work for all different kinds of local governments. They're frankly a name that you hear come up very often when it comes to whether you're talking about law enforcement levies, libraries, schools. They do work all over the map. So we have found them to be highly credible. And really, it's our hope in both the process that Cassandra spelled out. We want a very engaged public process to inform the council on what is the best decision that you could ultimately make for the city, and empower you with a lot of information that you can then use as you walk through the process, whatever that process is. So thank you for having the opportunity to talk to you and brief you on what that could look like.
Any final questions for TVFNR? Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you all for being here, and the consultants that have come down with you. When our city manager returns from his sojourn in Israel, the council will get together, and they now have this information that they can collectively work with. Thank you very much, I appreciate it. With that, we're going to invite representatives from the NDC to talk about Butler property interim uses. You're from the
Evening.
NDC?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I work
was
right
a little
nearby
concerned
them,
about
though.
your identity here.
Yeah. So, Steve Olson, Planning Division. Good evening, Mayor and Councilors. I'm going to speak for 30 seconds here and then turn it over to NDC. They've prepared a presentation to talk about the Butler property. We just included a short memo here to give you a little background. Butler property is the grassy area just north of City Hall. Used to be a car dealership, was a brownfield site. City got a brownfield grant to clean it up, so we own the property now. There are no longer any restrictions from that grant on how the site can be used. So if anyone remembered that history, I just wanted to, so we're looking at a clean slate, basically. And then during the downtown improvement plan, the consultants analyzed the feasibility of developing on that site, and one of their recommendations was to work with the NDC on developing some interim uses until it was feasible to more fully develop that site. So with that, I'll let the NDC come forward and explain what they're thinking.
Good evening. If you would introduce yourselves, please.
Be happy to, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor,
Thank
members of the council, I'm Mike Ragsdale with the Newberg Downtown Coalition, and with me is,
Tom Wilson with volunteer with NDC.
when the
Use the
Newberg,
mic again, a little closer so it.
when the
make sure
Newberg
we capture
Downtown
it.
Improvement Plan was completed, as Mr. Olson has indicated, there was a request that the Newberg Downtown Coalition take a further look at the use of the Butler property as interim uses because the report recommended that it's not ready for prime time, it's not ready for full development. Tom Lasan indicated that he was interested in doing this, and he's been doing heavy lifting and developing the presentation that we have tonight, so I'm turning it over to him. Tom?
Thanks, Mike. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, city council members. I grew up in an equally great community in a small New Hampshire town before doing a stint in the Air Force. It took me to Denver for many years and eventually found myself here in Newberg, which my wife and I chose Newberg because of that small community feeling that we enjoyed. I started participating in the NDIP community events and quickly became excited about the potential for our downtown and volunteered to help Mike and his team. So Mike and I appreciate the opportunity to show the city some options we've researched and for that city-owned parcel of land that we know is the Butler property. So the Butler property, as noted, is first in Howard Street. And its current property usage is for occasional events such as the Brews and Barbecue and the Newberg Farmers Market and the Halloween festivities in the fall. As Steve Olson outlined earlier, the consultants evaluated the feasibility of three of the highest and best uses, the hotel, residential mixed use, and office mixed use. The conclusion was the market was just not ready for a permanent structure. The consultants determined what was currently feasible was a creative co-working and micro-business space. One- or two-story structure with small retail below and office space above, food or maybe food carts, micro-restaurants, maybe a hardscape plaza for a gathering space. Or it was suggested to partner with the George Fox University for a downtown student housing building. The consultants recommended more work needed to be done to determine permanent use and gave some key recommendations here to do more of analysis, investigate market depth for options, and then explore about some public-private partnerships that could potentially invest in the property. So the Newberg Downtown Coalition agrees with the consultants that further evaluation is needed over time to determine the permanent use of the property. So the interim recommendations, rather than having the property sitting there with a minimum amount of use, the NDC recommends that the city analyze three interim options. The leasing of modular units, market the space as an active rentable space, which today it's not actively marketed, or rent pads to various vendors. And the definition of a pad would be a space on the property as is, or put in some infrastructure as in concrete and electrical water, that spaces could be rented. So it's the NDC's belief that the development and more active use of the parcel will promote a more active and vibrant community, thereby adding to the vitality of the downtown now versus waiting for the future. So all the solutions that we're going to be outlining here are designed to be low capital expenditure and non-permanent. So let me further discuss what the city would need to analyze when it comes to modular units. What we would need to evaluate is, what the city would need to evaluate would be required infrastructure, conduct and evaluate an economic pro forma, and determine rental policies for these units. Some interesting images here that when we were doing our research is it's getting pretty common to take storage container units and make and retrofit them for different cafes and restaurants and coffee shops that would add a hip and youthful feel to our downtown. If the city wanted to continue as an event space, here are some questions that would need to be answered. Does the city continue as currently used? Do we expand the events beyond brews and barbecue, farmers market, Halloween festivities? What would the city's policy for events be? The infrastructure will need to be considered as well, such as restrooms, portable stage, event tent, portable dance floor, all items that, if we were going to market it as an event space, would be important to have. And similar questions would need to be answered for pads as well. Temporary or permanent pads, like going back to just, is it putting it on the grassy knoll right now and renting spaces there? Or do we put in more permanent pads with concrete, water, and electricity? What are the types of vendors? The city policies for these pads, and then evaluate infrastructure requirements as well. These are some images taken from similar areas through Portland. The top right one, I don't know if any of you have been to the Portland Mercado, which was built recently in the past couple of years, and it's a model of this kind of scenario. It's a much larger plot of land, but very similar with pads for food trucks, with gazebo for seating area, and then there's some micro business locations off to the right of that are rented to vendors. Additionally, the city may wish to evaluate the following if one of the interim solutions is implemented. Electronic reader boards to promote upcoming events and provide wayfinding for visitors. Maybe even information on Newberg's downtown improvement plans, so that visitors coming to Newberg and happen to come by that space, may see what we're trying to do here for the downtown and want to invest in our city or start a business here. Public art could be integrated into the site, and then the addition of public restrooms would need to be considered as well. So the NDC believes the next steps for an interim solution would be, firstly, the city council direction on a preferred interim use. Secondly, the creation of a task force to conduct a detailed analysis on the preferred solution. And thirdly, to implement the interim solution. So I'd like to ask Mr. Mayor, City Council, what would all of you like to see on this site? And then open up the floor to any questions you might have about the interim solutions presented this evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, the questions you have for the NDC? I have a question for staff, if I may. And I think I'm going to direct this one to Mr. Olson. What does that site need to have in the way of stabilization for taking on any of the weight, et cetera, the drainage? Some of the, there's some concerns I have there.
That is a very good question. I think Mike knows from being on the site, basically nothing was done to make the site a good event space other than putting grass on it. So this is not like Waterfront Park, in downtown Portland, where it's a grass surface, but it's been built in layers and structure, more like a grass tennis court or a sport field, where you can use it, give it a week to rest, and then you can use it again for a big event. It recovers quickly and it drains. Butler property doesn't drain at all. It's got a sidewalk going across it, but that's about the only real improvement. So no real work was put into it to make it a good event space. So just keeping it sort of as is but improved, you would have to do quite a bit to it. I don't have a cost estimate for what it would take to make it a really good grass surface, but essentially you'd need to do quite a bit.
A follow on, if I may, what do you see in the way of infrastructure that, in addition to stabilizing the ground, what other infrastructure needs do you see that we have?
Well, you'd certainly need drainage, so it's almost like rebuilding the parking lot. You have to take it down, get rid of the surface, rebuild it. You'd want to have water, you'd want to have power, and with any of these food-type uses, you'd want to think about having probably a grease collector as well, something they could use on site. Although that's not necessarily needed for temporary use, it's something we'd want to think about. So power, water, grease trap. And then, of course, there's a whole question of public restrooms. Do you want to put something more interim, like you could have porta potties, or do you want to have permanent restrooms? Then, of course, you need sanitary sewer, so.
Other questions of council? Councilor Johnson?
I would, one of the slides here, it said investigate market depth for project type and engage with local community partners in order to solicit input and interest. I would love to see kind of what interest there is out there for the food carts, and I love the farmer's market down there, so, it'd just be kind of nice to see what the market would want. And I didn't really capture that out of this, and so if there's any way we can help with that, or, provide some maybe funding to do a market study to find out what would be the best use in that temporary kind of market.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Counselor, that's.
Your mic, please.
Excuse me, that's the sort of feedback we're looking for. We'd like to be able to leave this meeting tonight saying, let's do nothing about it, the council's not interested, or let's pursue something like that, work with the staff to come back to you with a strategy on how that particular direction that you've pointed us in could work. We're willing to put the legwork in to do it, including do nothing. But we're just looking for a little bit of guidance on what the council might like to see as the next step.
Follow on.
So I've seen in other communities where they'll do, for example, an urban renewal project or a parking lot project and say, we're going to put a farmer's market here, and then they build it and nobody ever comes. And so I'm really excited about that space because we already kind of have things going on there now. What I'd like to see is if we're going to put an investment into infrastructure things, drainage, bathrooms, that kind of stuff, is it, like the permanent structure, is that sustainable? Is that going to be used, 8 months out of the year, 7 months out of the year? What are we looking at? Or do we have local businesses that are interested in putting food carts down there for summer months when we have a bunch of people going around downtown as we continue with the downtown improvement plan and the bypass gets finished? I mean, I think that's a great opportunity for us. I just want more information about, before we start sinking money into the actual brick and mortar stuff, That's just where I'm coming from.
Councilor McKinney, Councilor Corey.
In our counselor packet, it's page 13 of 19 under event spaces. It shows kind of some permanent awnings. It shows not a grassy type of a field. It shows more of a granular surface to where the water can, not grass, so that it doesn't turn into mud, that type of thing. I noticed that there are times during the year we need some type of a permanent awning there because it rains in Newberg. But then we also have 99, and we also have Howard Street out here, to where the cart idea, you have curb accessibility for carts on both sides of Howard, at least on one side of 99W in terms of whatever's there. That seems to be a step that would be very, very usable. It could be staged if it needed to, but there'd be protection from the weather. It would not be grass. It could be, to where the moisture could percolate down through there. And adequate restaurant facilities against the east wall, against the parking lot, then maybe on the north, to where you have an awning type of a thing, to where the space could be utilized very well. I believe the community would use it very well, but it still might be something more interim might change in 10 years or something like that. But I was impressed with that page 13 of 19 that was in here, because it looked like the space could be utilized well and meet its present services, but also adapted to some additional events that sometimes move up to the cultural center or something, but then that might be too large at the cultural center, something more intimate in terms of that. I appreciated looking at the cart idea, of which you have curbs right now, sidewalks and curbs that could be utilized with movable carts and trailers. But then the idea of a permanent awning or a more permanent awning for adequate protection for your vendors and the public.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, if I might real quickly respond to that. These are all intended to be interim temporary uses. So you wouldn't put a lot of money into them, but you would charge rents to be able to amortize the cost that you put into them until they're ready for real construction.
And then you can pay your city fee. That's right.
Councilor Corey?
It does sound to me like the preparing the site is going to be quite costly. So going kind of back to Councilor Johnson's comment about the funding of who's going to pay for getting the site ready for food carts or the patio or ideas or whatever. There's going to be a lot of expense there. I almost go a different direction. When I saw the student housing, that perked up, and I said, why wouldn't we be able to do student housing with George, an effort with George Fox, so that George Fox is doing a lot of the funding for the structure. And under that, combined, you could do, small restaurants, small little stores, things that students would utilize, but also the community could utilize underneath the student housing that's up above. To me, that makes a lot, and I realize that's a permanent structure, but to me, it makes sense. And I think we're ready for that kind of structure, even though other structures permanently, it may not be the right marketplace, but to me, the student housing would be. So I'm just throwing that idea out, so.
Councilor Essen?
Well, I kind of like it the way it is. However, there's some things you could do, I think, to make it more enjoyable. It's sort of what I would call a best pocket park, we used to call. And we'd put art in public places in and make it maybe a little more friendly with some benches and some things that still supported your farmer's market and whatever special events that would go in there. So, because I can see this becoming quite a very valuable piece of property down the road, and would make a lot of sense to make sure we're using when we're ready, that for that next phase, that we haven't precluded ourselves from being able to do that, whatever it is that may come along, because that per square foot is going to be a very valuable piece of property.
Councilor McKinney?
I appreciate hearing your comments. The thing, Mike, that impresses me the most is that First and Howard is the city center. That's the nexus, north and south, east and west. There are some present revenue streams that would be already available for the improvements on these particular properties. I don't know whether it be maybe a portion of some TLT money or some other, but I believe that there are some present revenue streams that could be utilized in making this piece of property suitable for the interim, and then as different major projects, take shape downtown. But it gives us a chance to create an anchor, not a millstone, at the very nexus of town of 99 and Howard.
I'd like to add that the thought process that we had here was that we could also seek a developer on a short-term agreement of, say, 3 to 5 years to do any of these ideas. If the city didn't want to do it, that we could try to find somebody that would be interested in, but it would fit with the interim solution that we think would be best, as you just noted.
I'm going to kind of go around it a little bit, and I'm going to pose this one for Mr. Rux. Doug, has the NDC been privy to any of the concepts from Star Design?
From the Doug Rux, Community Development Director. From the Design Star from last year, I
Excuse me,
don't.
Design Star.
Design Star. I don't believe so, but that's some information. We've got some older material that we could share. But for those who weren't here last year, the Mountain View Middle School students do the Design Star program. We just actually kicked that off today. And gave them their prep information. And so they've looked at the Butler property in the past and looked at things that are kind of similar to what our consultant looked at when we went through the downtown plan. So, ideas of ice cream shops, video arcades. We've had some that looked at a farmer's, kind of playing off the farmer's market on the ground floor, and then the hydroponics facility on the second floor. So the kids have been very creative, but that's information we could share.
I think it'd be good. Councilor Johnson, you had?
Yeah, I just think this is we're kind of spoiled with an opportunity here. So often we sit up here and we hear about problems. This is an amazing opportunity to do something cool with downtown, especially like Councilor McKinney was saying, Council President McKinney was saying, that's the heart of the downtown. I mean, I think, from my point of view, as I was reading the packet, I was thinking everything from contacting Northwest Housing Solutions about donating the property for low-income housing to, having a space where on any given weekend you could have wine tastings there from some of the rural, wineries. And it could be a money generator because we could rent it out to the different wineries. We could rent it out to the hot dog guy. There's just an abundance of opportunity with that property. And so while we're truncated tonight in our discussions, I look forward, I would hope the rest of the council would, be open to continuing kind of brainstorming, figuring out funding opportunities and finding out ways we could use that property the highest and best use, both for the downtown and also for the city as a whole. So I'm pretty excited about it.
Mr. Mayor, I think you've got less than 12 seconds. I think you've got less than 12 seconds left for this session. So what I would suggest is.
Oh, it's less than that, but go ahead.
I understand that, but I was trying to stretch it. So what I would request is if the council feels that any of these uses you don't want to go anywhere, we'd like to know that. If you feel like there's one that you really would like to give some priority, we'd like to know that. And then we'll take another step and follow your direction about where you'd like to go with it. But some guidance for us in the next 9 seconds would be very useful.
Anything further? Yes, Councilor.
I have one comment. Just, I've been to the farmer's market a lot. I know you've seen me there all the time, Mike. I think it would be interesting to have a longer season available for it because you're very limited with our weather here is that, you have the summer months and that's it. Something more versatile, some sort of interim solution that could possibly lengthen the available season. Again, these modular units, when we get 4 to 6 inches of snow, very few people are going to trek out to a modular unit that still opens up to the weather. But when there's a little bit of rain, when it's a little chilly in the spring, that just lengthens your available season for that space by a couple months on either side of the summer. And so that might be a valuable option.
Anybody else? Thank you very much. We will get back to you. I appreciate the challenge. And, I think I'm speaking on behalf of the council too. Is there anything further to come before us in work session? None appearing. We're going to adjourn the work session and we're going to reconvene at approximately 7:10 in our business session. Session to order. We still have some electronic problems, but we'll work with those as we work our way along. May I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Mayor, all present with the exception of Counselor Denise Bacon.
And that's an excused absence. Would you please rise for pledge of allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I have a presentation to make, but first of all, I need a council action on a presentation. And Councilor McKinney?
Move to accept the request for council action dated for today, February 21st, 2017.
Second.
Regarding a proclamation?
Yeah, approve the proclamation regarding the retirement of Ray Andrew.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Did you get that one? I think it was Johnson.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, do I hear a call for the question?
Call for the question.
Question's been called for. All in favor of adopting in the proclamation signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. None appearing. Proclamation is adopted. And with that then, I get to read the proclamation. But I only get to do this if the individual involved will join me. So, ready, get up there. This is a sad time, but a happy time. And I'm reading a proclamation recognizing the retirement of Rhea Andrew, that's without an S, and honoring her for 27 years of outstanding service to the Newberg Public Library in the city of Newberg. Whereas Rhea Andrew has served the libraries from December 4, 1989 until February 20th, 2017, and whereas Rhea has managed the inner workings of the library from financial and billing to processing new books and more, and whereas Rhea's skill in mending and repairing library materials not only benefited our library collection, but she's trained hundreds of staff throughout Oregon with these skills. And whereas Rhea was always the first to look at sustainability and recycling efforts to make our library a leader in reuse and conservation of resources. And whereas Rhea was an active member of the Oregon Library Association, serving on the board of the Oregon Library Association, and serving as chair, treasurer, and conference chair of the Support Staff Division, and was honored as Oregon Library Association Library Employee of the Year in 2012. And whereas Rhea served as a library volunteer coordinator for 20 years, and in that capacity trained, recruited, and served as mentor for hundreds of library volunteers. And whereas Rhea has been a true guardian of the 105-year-old Carnegie Building, with her extensive knowledge, care, and affection. And whereas Rhea's ability is to always find whatever we needed and to find out how to make anything work will be sorely missed. Now therefore, it is proclaimed by myself and the City Council on behalf of the citizens of the City of Newberg that we express our appreciation to Rhea Andrew for her service and dedication, and to extend to her a sincere best wishes for a long, happy, and productive retirement. In witness thereof, I set my hand and cause the seal of the City of Newberg to be affixed this 21st day of February. Rhea, congratulations. We're going to miss you. Enjoy retirement. And with that, we have an informational item on here dealing with a cultural district report. Is there any, are you going to handle that one, Rhea?
I am. Leah.
Leah, I mean. Rhea's gone. All right, we'll take Leah.
So Mayor and Council, I am actually here kind of in my capacity as Library Director, but also in my capacity as the Chair of the Cultural District Board. And so apparently I won't have a PowerPoint, but I believe you have the PowerPoints in your packets, so I would just ask that you follow along. And this is kind of like how I do it with the Park and Rec Board. So please just follow along. When I turn a page, you turn a page. So that first page of the map, you'll see that that area is the Cultural District bounded by School Street, Hancock, Blaine, and Sherman. The Google map seems to think Rotary Centennial Park is the parking lot. So we have to always put a little arrow to direct it over there. But you can see it shows the Cultural District area, the new plaza, the new street, and that whole area there for us. An intergovernmental agreement between the City of Newberg and the Chehalis Park and Recreation District was signed in 2013, and that established the Newberg Cultural District. And it delegated to the NCD Executive Board the management of the district so that it was a joint effort, so that we didn't have the library part of it, the city part of it go one direction, the cultural center part of it go a different direction. We wanted to have the entire area be one, and so it had a single appearance and a single look. The Executive Board has been reformatted for 2017. We have Haley now on the board, and I apologize, my cold started the night of our annual meeting, and so I missed that first meeting, and I apologize for that. Robert Suppy has been our neighborhood representative and has been elected by the neighbors to do that since we formed in 2014. Chris Horn is temporarily serving as the representative from the Cultural Center. I'm assuming when they hire their new director that their director will take on that role again, or Chris may stay on it for a while as their new director is kind of getting their feet wet and getting settled in. Don Clements represents the Park and Recreation Board, or Park and Recreation Department, and then I represent the library. The Cultural Center and the library, Park and Rec, and the city are the four required members, and then there is the neighborhood representative is elected by an informal process by the neighbors who come to an annual meeting. We hold our meetings on the first Tuesday, February, April, May, June. We have to switch them in July and August because the tune's on Tuesday. And then we skip September, October, we skip November and December, and we skip January. And so it's a new process with new members, and we'll be moving forward with that. So we are charged with managing the outside areas, not the inside. The only time that the inside activities at both the Cultural Center and the library pertain to what's going on in the Cultural District is if they're having a big event on the inside. It may impact our ability to have an event on the outside so that we don't overwhelm the neighborhood. The board develops the rules of operation, reserves events, and that has been delegated to the Chehalis Cultural Center staff, which works really well because they're reserving all of their inside spaces, and a lot of times someone is wanting the inside space as well as the outside space, so it works really well to have them manage that part. We also, and this is a key part, approve all design elements, including street furniture, signage, and other elements that define the district. We're currently working with the Morning Rotary, who wants to put up a shade structure. And so we're trying to come up with a design that both fits the artistic bent of that cultural district and doesn't serve as a parquet, is that how you say it? Route to get to the roof of the cultural center for kids to be, climbing up on that to get up onto the roof of the cultural center. So you have to think of a lot of those things like that when you're building a project in the public area. And then we coordinate with the city and CPRD for maintenance and construction activities, putting the tree up, doing other maintenance and things around the area. Both groups coordinate with each other. So in 2016, we had a variety of events: Tunes on Tuesday, the Camellia Festival, Lavender Festival, Public Works Day, library events, the tree lighting. You can see the Tunes on Tuesday. That was their final event, had a big crowd for that. They did a new process this year with new fencing that really worked a lot better. Their alcohol monitoring worked better. The Young Pros is now the group that is operating that, and they've done a great job. And so we've been really pleased with how Tunes on Tuesday has moved forward. Lavender Festival is making the cultural district their home, and so that's been a great program. The Camellia Festival, which is coming up soon, is also made the cultural center, the cultural district, their home, and that's one of those that's both inside and outside. Our own Public Works Day is a big event and a very popular event in that area in June, and we have a lot of kids pressing a lot of horns for hours, and let me tell you, that gets really kind of annoying in the library after 5 hours of hearing little beepy horns. But we love it anyway. And we use it for our summer reading programs and have a lot of activity with that. And of course, we have the Christmas tree lighting there, and we actually have our own Santa, and one of the things that Rhea Andrew is responsible for, as you heard all the various things she does, is she's the one who sewed the Santa suit and the elf costume. I hope I'm not giving that away for anybody, but anyway, so we're going to miss her talents for that. It's not often you have an employee that can sew a Santa suit for you. What we did also in 2016 is we held our monthly meetings. Our annual meetings have had a variety of attendance. In 2014, we had 4 people attend besides the board. In 2015, no one attended. In 2016, 2 people attended. And of course, the one I didn't attend, you guys had like 5 or 6 people there, So who knows? Maybe I shouldn't attend. Maybe that's the concept. I don't know. One thing we do is we hold an end of summer meeting in October, so that we can get responses from the community, especially the neighborhood around the cultural center and the cultural district, right after the summer season, because that's really the busy time, the outdoor time. And so we've been holding that meeting in October. Our annual meeting is actually required by the IGA to be in the first quarter of the calendar year. In 2016, we had the second year of our neighborhood parking signs for Tunes on Tuesday, where we invite neighbors to request these signs. They get put out for them the first time that they're going to be at home for the season, and then they're responsible for putting them up after that. We are going to change it where they're responsible to put them up by noon, because we had one car get towed, and there was some discussion about whether the sign had been up before the person had parked there and that kind of thing. So I'm not quite sure how it all turned out at the end, but we're going to have them make sure that they put them up by noon, and that's been very successful. We've had some people who did it the first year and decided they didn't need to do it in the next year, and we had other people take advantage of it. So it's been a pretty good way to deal with those who have specific situations where they're located like really close or something, and the thing with Tunes on Tuesday especially is you come home from work and you can't find a place to park. So that's really been the thing there. So it has really been a good solution for us, and I appreciate the police department and working with Brian Casey, the chief, to get that resolved. We do have a parking management plan that we updated in December of 2016 that does talk about how we deal with the large events and what kind of parking mediation activities, and I have provided that to Doug to talk about with the upcoming discussion about the patio that is a land use issue that's coming up shortly for the Planning Commission. So we're working with that. We are talking about having some costs for people. We've had some issues with some of the groups not being able to get the signs up and that kind of thing. So we are talking that we may charge them, and then we'll have staff from the Cultural Center actually go out and put the signs up to make sure that the signs get put up and where they're supposed to be. So we are looking and really want to have some permanent signage on College Street to direct people to parking in the district, especially onto the Sherman Street lot. And so we're hoping that we can work with the city on putting that together. And we still have our wayfinding plan that we developed last year. We haven't gotten that up yet, but we're hoping that we'll be able to look at that, and that's the designs on the next couple of pages. And last year, you allowed us to have a city festival street designation, and that has worked very well. And what that allows is that instead of having to go to the neighbor and have the different groups that want to use the space have to knock on her door 10 times a summer and say, hey, can you sign this paper so that we can close the street? And the other neighbors have just agreed that, yes, this is great. And we send them a notice when we're going to close the street. And then if they have any problem with that, then they can get back. But that's worked very well, especially the resident there has really appreciated not having strangers come up and knock on her door to ask about closing the street down. So that's been a really good solution. We do communicate with the community. We have a monthly e-newsletter. You all get that. We have about 71 people signed up for that, and it does have a 50% read rate, which is a pretty good read rate for an email newsletter sent out. And so hopefully we'll continue to have people do that. And we haven't had anybody really asking us to, to communicate in other ways or anything like that. So as I said, we're working with the Early Bird Rotary on that shade structure. Park and Rec is going to put up a couple signs indicating the playground and the cultural center. And so we approve some things with that. We are looking at establishing a Facebook page, and then we are planning on getting a banner to put up at that one spot at the library where all the banners for the community events and such. And we'll do that with this design of the Newberg Cultural District that's on that page. And so we'll be getting that out. We are going to be looking at options for funding for that permanent signage to direct people to the area. We do get a lot of people from out of town, that 50-mile tourist. The Truffle Festival especially brings people in that uses the outside area, the Lavender Festival as well. The 2017 Camellia Festival is also going to be the International Camellia Society meeting, and that will be bringing people from out of town. So we'll be doing that. Brews and Barbecue has indicated that they're going to move up to the Cultural District this year, and they're going to hold their event the week before the Old Fashioned Festival. And so I think that'll be a nice change. We do want to work with public arts groups to bring some art to that area. And then CPRD has come to our board about their plans on that ballroom patio, and our group has supported the ballroom patio. We do have a website, and for this coming year, we want to continue to work with the neighbors, work with that permanent signage and that shade structure with the early birds. They're ready to put the money out there. We just have to channel them in the right way. And really, our goal is to develop a special place for people to enjoy cultural and arts experiences, and enhancing Newberg also as a destination for tourists is part of what the Cultural District is really all about. So I thank you for letting me share this. It is a requirement of the IGA for you to hear a report from us every year, and so that you don't forget about us up there and forget about this IGA. So I will be speaking to the CPRD, because that's the other part of it. I'll be making the same presentation to them on Thursday after the city-county dinner. So any
questions or comments for Leah at this time? Councilor Essen?
Yes, Did I hear you say that the Brews and Barbecue are going to go before the festival?
The Old Fashioned Festival, that's what I've heard.
Okay.
I probably am speaking out of turn a little bit, but I've heard that it's pretty well confirmed that that's the plan.
Did
so.
they have a reason why they thought that was a good idea?
I think it just was too much. One of the issues I know they were having was just getting volunteers. The Old Fashioned Festival takes a lot of volunteers in the community. And as a Rotarian, it takes a lot of Rotarians doing that pancake breakfast on Saturday and Sunday. And a lot of the Brews and Barbecue volunteers are also Rotarians and chamber members and that kind of thing. So I think they just were feeling a little stressed with getting enough volunteers to do both activities. I know I'll be helping out with the Brews and Barbecues this coming year, but I wasn't getting up in the morning and doing pancake breakfast for 2 days and then doing Brews and Barbecue. That wasn't happening in my world. So, but I can do the Brews and Barbecue the week before and the pancake breakfast the week after. So that's, I'm an extra volunteer. So.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Leah.
Okay,
Appreciate it
thank
very
you.
much.
And thank you for not watching the screen.
We watched you. We'll now move to the city manager's report, please.
Good evening, I'm Mayor Andrews, Council Jay Harris, your Public Works Director and the Acting City Manager for the remainder of this week. While our City Manager, Joe Hannon, is on a needed vacation. I've been the city manager for about 24 hours now, and I've signed a lot of things, but really the largest incident that we have to date is the projectors in this building do not work. And I'm not an IT expert, but I'm trying. That is the city manager's report for the evening. Any questions?
Were you successful?
Not yet.
Counselor Johnson?
This is more as your Public Works hat than it is your city manager hat, but
Sure.
how are we doing with, I've seen Portland area have some high water areas. How are we doing?
We're doing good. We had, today, actually, on Springbrook Road, there was a downpour around 2 p.m. That Springbrook Road storm system got overwhelmed, and it subsided quickly. It was due to the contractor. They're replacing a lot of things there. In the last 2 weeks, we've had 2 very significant rainfall events, totaling about 2.5 inches in a 24-hour period, which is unusual. For people that grew up here, the drizzle and the light rain is pretty normal, but getting 2.5 inches of rain, in a 24-hour period is typically a little unusual. The good news on that, we've had some issues with the sewer in Springbrook Road because of infiltration of groundwater and inflow of surface water into the line, that we did have some issues with that line. We're getting some of those resolved. And no pump station overflows. Dayton typically would have been one that historically, a couple times a winter would overflow. Nothing this year. The I&I program's starting to work. Our reduction projects, we need to really get a good foothold some more years into it though. And, the goal hopefully in a couple years from now is we can say levels are dropping. We're treating less wastewater at the plant, which means we save energy and chemical costs.
Counselor Essen?
As far as when you have to report any of these spills, we haven't had any incidents like that at all.
Correct. Reporting, typically if the wastewater would go into a streamway and contaminate banks and that sort of thing in a riparian area, and it starts transmitting and it's not contained, those are the reportable incidents. Non-reportable incidents are ground contact. Like your backyard, for example, your lateral could back up and come out of the clean out and flood some of your backyard until you get the plumber out there. As long as the area is posted and the solids are cleaned up, that there's typically those type of contained incidents aren't reported.
Follow on?
Follow on?
In the last year, we've even with bigger rainstorms, we've seemed to have some situations where we had to report. So from what I'm hearing you say, things are getting better.
In my opinion, they're getting better. The last two storms that we had in the last few weeks, it had a large intensity, but a long duration. So 2.5 inches over 24 hours. Unlike the storm, that first one in December, where we got, close to 2 inches of rain in like 5 hours, that was one that caused a lot of problems. But again, we are weathering these storms a lot better than I could say we did 5 years ago when I first started at the city. So the I&I program's working. The funding is about $500,000 a year right now. Hopefully, I can be here at a council meeting 6 or 7 years from now and saying we can now divert those funds to other projects. I&I, which we're going to talk more about the private lateral program part of that tonight, isn't a guarantee. I can't guarantee that we're going to tight line the whole system and keep every ounce of groundwater out and surface water, but we'll give it a try. And we got a great crew working on it. We have people in operations, we have people in maintenance, and people in engineering that when we get these heavier rainfall events, we're out in the field, opening manholes, looking at things, talking to people. And hopefully some success will come out of all this in the next few years, larger success.
One follow-on?
Follow on?
Just want to thank the crews out there because I know we have had a lot of rain, and it's amazing to me that we've been able to get by as well as we have.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to say on that is potholes form with large amounts of rain. Our pavement systems are deteriorated, and with that comes potholes. We can't adequately patch potholes until it warms up. We put hot mix asphalt in them. For right now, we put this stuff called cold mix in it, but they do have to dry out some until we can do that. So hang in there. We know they're out and around, and we're getting on it. In the next dry spell, we'll probably send 4 guys out potholing and try to keep up on some of the holes out and around the community.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Jay. I have nobody signed up for any public comments other than dealing with agenda items that we will be considering shortly. So with that, I will open and close the public comments period, and we will move to the consent calendar. Pleasure of the council.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Corey?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the consent calendar with the amendment that you talked about on the minutes.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to adopt the consent calendar. Is there any further discussion? None appearing. I hear the call for the question. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. None appearing. Motion passes 6-0-1. And with that, we will move to the public hearings section of our agenda. And the first public hearing we have this evening is a resolution 2017-3354, and it's an authorization to purchase an easement located on Bell Road from Sarah Spector, to sell property located on Bell Road to Sarah Spector, and authorizing the city manager to execute the documents to complete the purchase and sale. And I believe you're going to carry this, are you, Karen?
Yes, I am.
All right, if you'd identify yourself. But before you do that, I need to call on the council to find out if there are any abstentions or conflicts of interest. None appearing, this will be an administrative hearing, so you may proceed.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Karen Hoffman, city engineer. So, to give you a little background, the city owns 2 parcels north of Bell Road. One is where the Oliver Springs is located, and the other was purchased for a future water reservoir. The access to both of these parcels is mostly through an existing gravel driveway shared with the Spectors and the Medicis. I can't remember. Thank you, Medici. Yeah, okay, yes. I don't know why that name can't come out. In 2014, it was determined that improvements constructed by the neighboring property owners encroached upon city property. These improvements were made by the previous owners of tax lot 4502. Sarah Spector acquired that parcel in 2012. These improvements include landscaping, a play structure, and other improvements that they've made. In discussions about the encroachment with Sarah Spector, she raised concerns about the scope of the access and utility easement that currently exists. The concern was whether the existing utility and access easement were intended for municipal use or for residential use. Obviously, municipal use is generally a little bit more intensive than residential. So we entered into negotiations with Sarah Spector to address both the encroachments and the existing utility and access easement. The solution that was reached was to, quote, quote, trade property. A property line adjustment would be used to put the encroachments on the parcel owned by Sarah Spector, and a portion of the payment would be the granting of the municipal utility and access easement. The easement would be used by both the city and the Chehalem Springs Association to maintain Oliver Springs and to access any future reservoir that we may put on our property. The cost difference between the two, when you equal them out, is about $568.20. And Sarah Spector has indicated she's been willing to pay the difference in that price to make it an equal trade. So per ORS 221.725, notice was provided to the Newberg graphic of this proposed sale. And the city is allowed to sell property that is no longer necessary for public use. We're proposing to transfer about a half acre out of city control. And this transaction allows the city to maintain property for a possible future reservoir, grant easement rights to the city for the construction, maintenance, and access for municipal water services, allow for access to the Chehalem Springs Association to maintain the Oliver Spring, and allows for existing residential improvements to be located on the appropriate property. And that's my presentation.
Questions of staff, or questions for staff? Counselor Corey?
Yeah, the only question I want to make sure of is if this is passed, this resolution is passed, future, this will allow plenty of room for our future to get up into a water reservoir.
Correct. We will be maintaining quite a bit of property still for the future water reservoir, and we actually had a really preliminary design laid out about what that reservoir would look like on the parcel to make sure that we still had enough room to build that and get around it and do all of the things necessary for that.
Any other questions or comments for staff at this time? None appearing, then I will move into the public testimony area. And I have nobody signed up to speak to us regarding this particular action, so I'm going to open and close the public comment area. And I'm going to ask, are there any additional letters or written comments that have come in that we have not had?
No.
There are none. Thank you very much. So I will look to you for your closing remarks and your recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recommendation from city staff is to adopt Resolution 2017-3354, authorizing the city to purchase an easement located on Bell Road from Sarah Spector, sell property on Bell Road to Sarah Spector, and authorizing the city manager to sign the documents to complete the purchase and sale.
Any final questions for the staff at this time? With that, I'm going to close the public hearing, and we'll go into deliberations. Pleasure of the council. Councilor Corey?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve resolution number 2017-3354.
It has been moved that we adopt resolution 2017-3354, and it has been seconded. Essen, your mic, please.
There you go.
Thank you. Open to discussion. Any discussion on this particular one? This is keeping the access open to as if we may need it in the future at some future time. and yet accommodating the needs of those that have been affected. I will be voting in favor of this particular resolution. Is there any further discussion? The question has been called for. I hear no further discussion. All in favor of Resolution 2017-3354, resolution authorizing the city to purchase an easement located on Bell Road from Sarah Spector, to sell property located on Bell Road to Sarah Spector, and authorizing the city manager to execute the documents and complete the purchase and sale. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. None appearing. Measure passes 6-0-1. And with that, we will move into another hearing. This happens to be a legislative hearing. I'll let you have that. And this is a legislative hearing dealing with an ordinance, and this is an ordinance. This is the first reading of the ordinance, establishing criteria for review of liquor license applications, making recommendations to the Oregon Liquor Control Commission, OLCC, delegating review authority to the chief of police in creating an appeal process. This is a legislative hearing, and I, at this time, am calling for any abstentions, conflict of interest, or objections to jurisdiction. Councilor Johnson?
Due to my position at the Oregon Lottery, I'm going to need to abstain from this discussion, just because people who get OLCC licenses also get Oregon Lottery games, and so I need to abstain from this discussion.
Well, we'll excuse you then. We'll excuse you.
Don't run off.
Thank you, Councilor Johnson. With that, then I will open it up to a staff report, please. City Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Truman Stone, your city attorney. This was an issue that came to my attention when I came to work at the city on how these were being processed. Oregon Revised Statute 471.166 states that the Oregon Liquor Control Commission may require that every applicant for issuance or renewal of a license acquire a written recommendation from the city council if the place of business of the applicant is within an incorporated city. The commission may take such written recommendation into consideration before granting or refusing the license. So the state statute specifically said this was a decision for city councils. When I came to work here, the police department were processing these. And it came to my attention when some issues came up and they came to me for some advice, and we started talking through some of these issues, and I asked them basically how it got to the police department to handle these. And the answer was they didn't really know. They'd just been doing this for quite some time. And so we made a decision to bring all those to the city council going forward, and you've been processing those for about a year or maybe two. I didn't look back how far back we made that change, but also with an eye towards working with them to address these issues, to put this back at the staff level, but one, to have some clear authority to do that, and two, to have some clear parameters and criteria for that review. So we looked at some of the other cities and examined some of their code provisions and took the best of several and put it together in a system that I think really works for the city of Newberg. I will say in the process of researching that and putting that together, I did discover that the council did pass a resolution, actually a couple, the last one being in 2001, where the city delegated to the city manager the authority to make these decisions. But in my experience is that when we have resolutions that aren't put in the code, that aren't easily available for the public, for new council members, new staff. And when we lose the institutional knowledge, when people leave, some of these resolutions just kind of get buried in the fog of memory. So it's my recommendation that we actually codify this, again, for transparency, so that the public can see this, so that applicants can understand what the process is, what the criteria is. And it really was working well for the police department to have that initial review, because they're the ones who most often would deal with these problems or know the areas where the problems are, or the people, potential licensees who may create a problem. So what we have before you tonight is a new chapter of the code that delegates the authority for the initial application to the chief of police or designee, that authorizes the police department to make an investigation and use a law enforcement data system to do that, to make a recommendation with some specific criteria of things that would be of concern, where the police chief would recommend a denial. Those are in subsection 060. But then we also have a process where that if someone receives an adverse decision, they can appeal that, and that appeal would go to the city council. There'd be a public hearing held. There would be public notice, so the citizens and public in general would have opportunity to come and provide testimony. And ultimately, the council then would have the final say on whether to make that recommendation or not. Now, I do want to point out this is a recommendation to OLCC. The city, whether it's the police or the city council, don't have the final say in this. All the city has is the ability to make a recommendation to approve, to disapprove or deny, or to approve with some conditions. And OLCC is the one who actually makes the decision based on their own investigation, but taking into consideration the recommendation of the city. So that's what I prepared and brought before you tonight, and that concludes my report.
Question of staff. All right. There being no further questions for staff at this time, then we'll move into the public testimony area. I have nobody signed up to provide any testimony at this time, so I'll open and close the public testimony portion of the hearing. Are there any agency letters or other comments or other written communications that we have not already seen?
No.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. With that, I will look to staff for a closing comments, and I remind you all, this is a first reading, and we will get into that detail following the recommendations of staff.
It is my recommendation that the council adopt this ordinance 2814 because I do believe it provides some direction to the city. It provides a proper delegation of authority, and it provides some real criteria that allows people some certainty as to under what conditions they may be receive a adverse recommendation.
Thank you. With that, we'll close the public hearing. We'll go into deliberations. And before you is ordinance 2017-2814, an ordinance establishing criteria for review of liquor license applications, making recommendations to OLCC, delegating review authority to the chief of police, and creating an appeal process. Is there further discussion?
Call for the question.
This is a first reading.
Oh, first reading.
Do you wish to waive the second reading?
Move to waive.
It has been, your mic, please.
Move to waive.
It has been moved to waive the second reading. Do I hear a second? Second. It's been seconded by Corey to waive the second reading. Is there any further discussion on that? There being no further discussion, do I hear a call for the question?
Call for the question.
Question's been called for. All in favor of waiving the second reading signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. None appearing. The second reading is waived, and with that, the chair would honor your motion. Somebody's motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to approve ordinance number 2017-2814.
Read by title only.
Read by title only.
Thank you.
Call for the question.
City Attorney?
Was there a second to that?
Yeah. Essen.
Ordinance 2017-2814, an ordinance establishing criteria for review of liquor license applications, making recommendations to the Oregon Liquor Control Commission, OLCC, delegating review authority to the Chief of Police, and creating an appeals process.
Roll call vote, please.
Do you want me to say that Counselor Bacon's absent and
I'm
Counselor?
not hearing you.
Do you want me to say that, do you want me to say that Counselor Bacon is absent and Counselor Johnson is abstaining?
Abstaining. So
Okay.
then enumerate.
Counselor Corey? Counselor McKinney?
Yes.
Counselor Deli, sorry. Counselor Essen?
Yes.
Mayor Andrews?
Yes. The vote is 5-0, 1 and 1. One absent, one abstaining. Motion passes. The ordinance has been adopted. And with that, we will now have what is commonly called the roving gavel. And this is a prerogative of the mayor that we adopted in our rules a long time ago, that I get the chance to share the gavel on one or more items on an agenda with one of the counselors. And in this particular case, Counselor McKinney has the roving gavel for this public hearing and an administrative hearing.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're here to respond to a request for council action, a resolution number 2017-3357. The subject of this request for council action is the adoption of an advanced financing agreement with Veritas School for the construction of a 10-inch public wastewater line and an 8-inch public water line along North College Street. Is there any abstentions, conflicts of interest, or potential conflicts of interest? I have been prepared to use the gavel. I've been prepared by Karin. I have also been prepared by Joe Hannon, and I have received a telephone call from Bill Rourke.
Just for clarification, I don't have any conflicts, but I did want to state on the record that I have met with several people who are Veritas families. My kids went to Veritas about 4 years ago. Yeah, something like that. And I have donated to the new school project in the past, but I have not in the last 4 years.
So I take it from our comments that there's nothing in their testimony that would prevent us from making a proper determination in this particular request for council action. Staff, who's presenting this to the council this evening?
Council President McKinney, Sonia Johnson will be presenting for staff.
Thank you. Please announce your name and position with the city for the sake of the recording, please.
My name is Sonia Johnson, and I work for Public Works Engineering.
Mike, a little closer, please.
My name is Sonia Johnson, and I work in the Public Works Engineering section.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors. I'd like to thank you for letting me present regarding the advanced financing agreement submitted by Veritas School. It's Resolution 2017-3357. 5857 regarding a public water and wastewater line that they finished in 2015. There is a presentation on in your packet that I'll be going through. The advanced financing agreement is a device that can be used according to the Newberg Municipal Code, Chapter 3.20, that allows developers to recoup some of their costs associated with constructing public improvements that can also benefit other properties. In general, it's a 10-year agreement, which has an option to extend for an additional 10 years. In this case, for the Veritas Advanced Financing Agreement, it would be only an extension for an additional 8 years, being that they constructed it in 2015 and this is 2017. So a total of 18 years potential the agreement would stand for. The AFA process in general is that a developer constructs a public improvement. The city accepts that public improvement. The developer applies for an advanced financing agreement and they provide the project costs. We identify intervening properties that can benefit from this public improvement. And then we determine an apportionment method that can equitably distribute the costs of that public improvement across the properties that will benefit from that public improvement. And then you notify the properties and the developer, we bring it before council, which is where we're at today. And you, the council will determine whether to accept the proposed advanced financing agreement. If that is done, then we apportion those amounts again against the affected properties or the benefiting properties. The history of this particular advanced financing agreement is that the city signed a development agreement with North Valley Friends. Veritas School became a party to that development agreement when they purchased land from North Valley Friends. They constructed a water and wastewater public main line, and we accepted those lines in 2015. At that point, they normally would have submitted an application, but they couldn't in this case because the intervening properties, the benefiting properties that would normally be affected by the AFA were not in the city. So we had no jurisdiction. In April 2016, one of those intervening properties became annexed to the city, and Veritas applied for an advanced financing agreement within a couple of months of the annexation. At that point, it set the clock, and we created the engineering report, and like I said before, we're here before you today. According to the Newberg Municipal Code 3.20.010, an intervening property is any property that abuts, is contiguous to, benefits from, or serviced by a public improvement, and that at least one intervening property must be within the city limits. As I've gone through before, that happened in April of 2016. When we looked at the intervening properties, we found 10 properties that we felt would benefit from the water line. And then if you look on the map, there's an additional 5 properties that are colored in green that also would benefit from the wastewater line. So we have a total of 15 properties that benefit from the wastewater line and 10 properties that benefit from the water line. We looked at 2 methods of apportionment to distribute those project costs across the benefiting properties. If we used, the 2 methods were frontage method and acreage. So we would look at how many lineal feet of frontage the property had. The other method is acreage, where you just look at the amount of acreage. So 2 acres would be more than 1 acre. 16 feet would get a larger cost. Lineal frontage would get a larger cost than 5 feet. When we looked at the properties on the map, you can see that some of the smaller properties have a very large frontage, and some of the larger properties have a very small frontage. When we looked further at that, we saw that there were 5 property owners that would pay substantially more using the frontage method, but of those properties, 3 of those properties would be less than 1 acre. And of the properties that would realize the savings, 3 of those were over 2 acres. So when you look at the capacity of a property to affect a public main line, i.e. how much are they actually going to use that line, it made more sense to use the acreage rather than the frontage method. The cost that could be reimbursed to Veritas School came out to be about $282,000. That was the amount of the project that it cost for them. If you look at the numbers on the page, Veritas owned property and you can't reimburse yourself. So $48,000 of that $282,000 actually was apportioned to Veritas. During easement negotiations, North Valley Friends Church and John Warden were exempted from a future advanced financing agreement, meaning this advanced financing agreement. And that was a total of about $182,000. So in total, there's, of the $282,000, $230,000 is either exempted from a future AFA or is part of the Veritas properties. If you go to the next page, you can see that it leaves $51,000 that could potentially be reimbursed to Veritas for constructing the public water and wastewater lines through this advanced financing agreement. That concludes my presentation. I'd like to thank you for listening to my presentation, and if you have any questions.
Any questions for staff?
Yeah, hi. I think I have a really easy layup one. When do people pay this? Is it when they develop or when they annex, or when do they end up paying the reimbursement?
They pay the reimbursement when they actually use the line or when they annex into the city, when they submit a development agreement.
So they actually pay these dollars at different times depending on different circumstances.
Correct.
Any other questions for staff? Mr. Essen.
I have a question for Truman. Would that be appropriate at this time?
Truman is prepared to answer questions regarding this RCA.
We have a letter here from Bill Rourke stating that he had some oral, what he considered oral contract on real estate property. Do you know if we can take oral contracts into considerations and when we're looking at real estate issues?
Truman Stone, City Attorney. So I've read Mr. Rourke's letter, and he actually called me and told me he was not going to be able to be at the council and wanted to understand how to get his letter into the record and stuff. There's some issues in here that he raises that I think are beyond the scope of our code factors, what the council should consider in reviewing these things. So I'm not sure exactly which part of that letter you're referring to.
Well, I'm seeing several comments in the letter talking about I had a verbal agreement. In addition, Veritas and I had a verbal agreement that they would return my property to its intended use as a pasture. That verbal agreement has not been met.
So the agreement that he reports about the pasture land and the fence, and I think how some of the public improvements were set, those don't seem to be criteria that are involved in our code. So I don't believe those would be proper considerations for the council in reviewing this. That being said, this is a discretionary act by the council. This is not, we're not here in a quasi-judicial hearing where we take criteria and we take facts and we apply them to the criteria. This is completely an administrative decision that's within the discretion of the council. And the code instructs the council to, let me find the exact language. That if the council desires to go forward with an advanced financing agreement, that they'll consider whatever other method is determined by the council to be the most equitable method of assessment for the intervening property owners. So it's really a fairness standard for the council. I don't think the issues about the fence and the pasture would really qualify on the public works part of this. That seems a little beyond the scope of what our code provides. That being said, there are some references in here about giving an easement and not getting, and expecting something in return. And to me, that seems more relevant to the public improvements that were made, through the easement, perhaps in your consideration of what's equitable.
Follow on?
Yes, follow on.
Well, finally, I asked the council to postpone approving this application until each of these issues is addressed and revised application until my property has been restored to my satisfaction. In my experience, and I spent about 5 years as a real estate broker, I was never able to go back because somebody told me something unless it was in writing. And so that, it's a little confusing to me how we could enforce a verbal agreement. And so that's what I'm trying to figure out, if that's something that doesn't sound like it's in the scope of the ordinance, or is it in the scope of what we can really enforce if we're saying that we want to enforce this a verbal contract on a real estate offer.
So I would say the city's really not in the position to enforce contracts between two private parties unless it somehow falls within these code criteria, which I don't see that being the case. I will just in general say that verbal contracts can be valid contracts in the state of Oregon with some limited exceptions. And some of those exceptions are conveyance of real estate interest. So all conveyance of real estate interests under the statute of frauds have to be in writing to be valid.
Thank you, Scott. Mr. Johnson.
Would it be appropriate to continue this line of questioning, or should I wait until after the public hearing?
I believe that your line of questioning can be pursued during the public testimony.
Okay, cool, thanks.
At this particular point in time, thank you, ladies. At this particular point in time, we're going to open up the meeting for public testimony. We have two opponents and one undeclared. First opponent is Mr. Jerry Brown. Jerry, would you come to the microphone? It is the button on the right that turns it on. Please state for the recording your name and what your position is, and then render testimony.
Jerry Brown, and I have...
Go ahead and move it towards you.
And I have the property at 3909 North College.
Very good.
Well, they want to charge for water. Well, I already have city water. I have Chehalem Water Terrace Corporation, which gets their water from the city, so why do I need city water? And I just don't know how they come up with how much we're supposed to pay. How did they determine that?
It would be.
I mean, I don't see any advantage to me to have that over there on the other side of the road.
Okay. We have a couple of opportunities. You would have that option of asking council. Council could refer that to staff to gain a specific question or answer to your question. If the council would entertain, we could bring Karen back to the table and she could make an attempt to answer that question right now. Your question being is that you're going to be charged for water and you already have a water source for which you pay.
Right.
Karen,
I
would you
actually
like
already
to
have a
answer?
septic system too, so.
You have which now?
I have a septic system also, so.
All righty.
I just don't understand.
Is that the extent of your questions?
Pretty much, yeah.
Karen,
Then
would
I
you-
also want to know,
Okay.
and the North Valley Friends Church obviously owns most of that property over there, and why are they exempt from everything?
Let's bring Karen back to the table and she can answer some of those questions for us. Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you.
State for the record again.
Karen Hoffman, city engineer. Council President McKinney, so Mr. Brown is on a water district, which is different from the city. It is city water. We wholesale it to the district. But if he was to ever develop his property in the future, he would not be able to continue to utilize that water district for that future development. Same with the septic system. If he was to ever develop his property, or if that septic system was to fail, he may or may not be able to reestablish that septic system and may need to hook up to city wastewater system. So for Mr. Brown in particular, unless he was to go and develop his property and need to hook up to those services, that's when he would be required to pay if the council put this into effect. If he never develops or his system has never failed, then it would be, he would not have to pay the costs that are shown on that list, assuming the council moves forward.
Mr. Corey.
Yeah, I just have a question for Karen. You may not know it, but if the lines run across a person's property and they already have water usage, these numbers are basically based on the privilege of having those lines there to be able to use in the future. Is that correct? And does the code exempt people that already have water to their property?
If the property was already connected to city water, then they would no longer be a benefiting property because they would already actually have city water. So in a backwards kind of way, you are correct. So yeah, the apportionment or the premise is that these properties benefit from having the public systems available to them for future development and or connection. So that's where the apportionment comes from.
Clarification question for you. Mr. Brown would not pay any fees until any future development of his property?
Any future development or need to hook up to those water line or to the water or sewer line. So if his system was to fail for some reason and he needed to hook up, at that time is when those fees would be assessed to him.
Thank you, Karen. Mr. Johnson?
I have one more for Karen, I'm sorry. But if his, let's say, septic system did fail and he still wasn't annexed into the city, he could just get that repaired, right? He wouldn't have to pay, he doesn't have to pay until he connects into the system or he annexes into the city, right?
Not just annexation to the city, it would be actually annexation and connection.
Okay. And then follow on?
Yes.
And so this doesn't count against like his credit report or anything like that. It's just something that's attached to the property when he goes to sell it, right?
Correct.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. We have one additional opponent, and it is Mr. Joy Rourke. And I believe, Joy, part of your testimony concerns the letter from Mr. Bill Rourke, is that correct? So at the table, button on the right, announce who you are and your intentions here this evening.
My name is, gotta get closer. My name is Joy Rourke. My dad is Bill Rourke, and he's asked me to read his letter for you tonight. Just another way that he wanted to get it on the record. Mr. Mayor and City Council members, I appreciate the opportunity to address your group via this letter. I'm speaking in opposition to Resolution 2017-3357. I received notification of this hearing on February 10th, several weeks after I had made reservations to go to Austin, Texas, to visit my son Tony Rourke, who spent many hours in the seats that you were in, and my new grandson Bentley. I have three main issues with this application. I gave an easement on my property to Veritas at no cost based on a long-standing cooperative relationship that we have enjoyed for years. Veritas and I had a verbal agreement regarding my granting of the no-cost easement. That agreement has not been honored by the school. The inclusion of labor and equipment that were donated as part of this application should not be included for them to be able to recoup their construction costs. I'll first note that several properties were appropriately excluded from this advanced financing agreement. North Valley Friends Church has had a long-standing agreement with Veritas School that provided for this exemption, and I was part of the church team that negotiated those agreements. I'm also aware that my neighbor John Warden, being a much wiser businessman than I, negotiated a deal with Veritas such that in exchange for the easement on his land, he would be exempt from the responsibility to share in the cost. This was worth $12,011 for the wastewater line in this AFA. Unfortunately, I granted the easement across my property at no cost to Veritas based on my long, excellent association with Veritas and my support for their move to the North Valley site. That was obviously a mistake. That oversight on my part is now valued at $20,527 in this AFA. I have email correspondence from March 14th, 2013, where I offered to make a donation at that time so that contributions would not need to be made if I developed my property. This was discussed prior to the easement being granted. In addition, I later verbally offered to pay the Veritas portion of the required upgrading of the Oak Knoll pump station. They expressed appreciation for that offer. I've said all of this to illustrate my willingness to assist Veritas in their pursuit of a new school building in any way I possibly could. This disingenuous application certainly undermines that association. In addition, Veritas and I had a verbal agreement that they would return my property to its intended use as pasture. That verbal agreement has not been met. The 5-strand barbed wire fence on 4x4 pressure-treated posts was taken down in 3 places and is still down to this day. The large stumps left from the removal of several trees are still in a pile on my property. The pasture cannot even be mowed because of the rocks that are still strewn about, although I've removed some of them myself. Finally, 3 manholes are on my property, and each of them is installed 6 to 12 inches above the surrounding grade. The final grading has not been completed. Although I have mentioned this many times, I have not pursued this vigorously because of the friendly relationship I have enjoyed with Veritas over the years. My pasture is not usable today and has not been usable since all this work began in 2013. I've lost the value of that property for about 4 years with almost no response from Veritas, in spite of my occasional hints that it is costing me. The value of the land and the use of my barn is $300 per month as a horse grazing land. That lost potential income from this would be $14,400. My final concern is with the inclusion of donated labor and equipment on the part of Rawgust, excavating. The city ordinance is silent on this subject, but it seems ludicrous to expect the benefiting properties to allow Veritas to recoup their construction costs, as cited by the letter from the city dated February 7th, 2017, for services that they did not pay for. These donations account for about half of the amount provided as the basis for this application. This seems unreasonable to me. Finally, I ask the council to postpone approving this application until each of these issues is addressed in a revised application and until my property has been restored to my satisfaction. Sincerely, Bill Rourke.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Rourke? No questions at this time. Thank you, Joy. We have an undecided speaker this evening, Mr. Mike, is it Stice? S-T-I? S-T-I-C-E. Mr. Stice. The table, the button on the right. And we've been giving everybody roughly about the same 5 minutes.
On the face, silver button.
State your name for the record, please.
My name is Michael Stice, and I appreciate the opportunity to address the mayor and city council this evening on behalf of Veritas School. I am the director of development, and I have been fortunate enough to have that position at Veritas for nearly 7 years. Veritas School was established in 1997, and so this year we're pleased to announce that we're obviously celebrating our 20th year. Our mission all along, since the very beginning, has to provide classical, Christ-centered education that cultivates wisdom, virtue, and godliness in our students, staff, families, and community, and we continue to be committed to that mission. Having said that, we're in the education arena. We have been fortunate enough to graduate 170 students and look forward to graduating 170 more in the future. We are certainly not expert in development of property. And I have had an opportunity to read the request for council action that you've received, so I'll be referring to that in certain areas this evening. And I'd like to just start in review of where this process began. In February of 2005, Veritas signed an agreement with North Valley Friends Church to purchase the 5-acre parcel and the use of 11 additional acres for the development of our athletic fields. And over the last 12 years, we have been fortunate enough to raise and receive approximately $1.5 million in donations to support that type of development. That does include the $282,000 that were incurred expenses for the development of city sewer and water. When Veritas agreed to purchase the 5 acres, it also assumed the responsibility to fulfill the City of Newberg development agreement that was established between North Valley Friends Church and the city in May of 2003, which I believe that you have record of in your request for council action. In good faith, Veritas made the investment and took the necessary action to bring the city sewer and water some 2,100 linear feet up College from the closest city development area on Alexandria all the way up to the 5-acre property portion located on the corner of College and Bell. Based on the development of that sewer, we became aware of the opportunity to apply for an advanced financing agreement, which was designed to reimburse a developer, or in our particular case, a private or nonprofit entity that had made the investment for the expenses that they incurred by receiving some compensation for intervening properties as defined, I believe, by the city engineer as properties that would connect into that city sewer and water. The development agreement itself is a covenant running with the land, and Veritas School became a party to that agreement when it purchased the 5 acres from North Valley Friends Church. And in accordance with that development agreement, we constructed an 8-inch public water main line and a 10-inch public wastewater main line along College, relative to the city of Newberg's design and construction standards, which was accepted in June of 2015. In June of 2016, Veritas submitted the application for the advanced financing agreement, which I believe you have seen, which was within the 6 month of the deadline requirement. And through the AFA, Veritas seeks to recuperate some of the costs associated with the project through the advanced financing agreement. Since September, we received our first request from the city engineering department, specifically from Sonia Johnson, the associate engineer, that quote, they had, as part of their advanced financing agreement process, had to submit an engineering report to the council. And they asked us if we would take a look at the attached report that they had sent, the AFA report, and provide comments. After reviewing the report, we responded that we were unable to provide comments because we did not agree with the methodology of using acreage provided as the most equitable method of assessment for the AFA. We continued to address questions specifically with the engineering department as to why there was no consideration for other and most often and common used methods of assessment as linear feet, which is most often used by engineering department, or the potential of another method that I'm not actually familiar with, but am aware of, and that is to limit the parcel area to 200 feet in depth. I do know that those are the most common methods suggested. We continued to discuss that back and forth, and there was 2 additional revisions and a revision that came in December. Following that revision, I had the opportunity to contact the city manager and set an appointment with him to visit with him about this, because of the fact that it stated in the AFA agreement that the city manager was responsible for reviewing the report and providing the city council with direction or a clear report on the method of the AFA and how it would be executed. After my opportunity to review or sit with the city manager, in late January, we received another advanced financing agreement revision that was dated for February that did include, if you can refer to your request for council action and specifically look towards page 2, states and does show that in this particular AFA, they did include the method of frontage as an assessment, which we had requested previously. Following their assessment and sending back comments, which you have in front of you under the request for council action, they maintained that acreage would be the most equitable method, because it's a better model and potential impact of the capacity provided by the public improvements, and because of the nonlinear shape of some of the parcels as they related to the public improvement areas.
2 more minutes, Mr. Stice.
Oh my gosh, okay, thank you. So our purpose tonight is to really have you take a look and evaluate both methods and see the variances in the reimbursement that would come to Veritas, who did invest $282,000. The current reimbursement suggestion of $51,539 is approximately 18% on the dollar of our cost. Using the frontage method, if you were to take a look at that, you would see that that frontage method would increase the potential reimbursement to $126,000, or approximately 45%, which we believe is a fair and more equitable portion for the potential compensation.
Thank you, Michael. Questions for Veritas? Mr. Johnson.
Hey, Mike. First off, did you guys reach out to the impacted property owners before applying for the advanced financing agreement?
I'm sorry, we did not. We weren't required to do that.
Okay. Do you have a follow-on, Patrick?
I have several, but
Ask your most appropriate one.
yeah, I think that's the most appropriate one.
Any other questions? In light of the testimony of Mr. Rourke, when's the last time that Veritas reached out to Mr. Rourke regarding the issues expressed in his letter?
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to comment on it. I believe that some of these issues are specifically personal, and others could be addressed in a more civil method. Mr. Rourke and Veritas have had a wonderful relationship over many years, and as Mr. Rourke stated, he did in fact provide easement on his property. In 2013, he had provided us with a letter that I believe you probably received a copy of, that suggested that he would possibly consider making a donation to Veritas as opposed to paying a advance financing fee. From that time forward, there has never been either a verbal continuation of that suggestion or a written suggestion of a donation to Veritas to offset any AFA expenses. We certainly would have.
In the interest of fairness, have you received emails?
No.
All right. Any other questions?
Councilor McKinney, could I ask a question?
Yes.
Mr. Stice, you stated that you thought a linear approach was a more fair approach, but you didn't really explain why you thought that'd be more fair. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, yes, I can. And to help do that, because again, we're not engineers, nor do we totally understand the concept. I had asked Sonia Johnson the question regarding apportionment and why linear feet was not used, or another method, the 200-foot depth apparently, which is also available. And I just would like to respond with her answer. She said, "We understand that you have concerns regarding our apportionment method. However, we believe it is the fairest method for all property owners involved in the AFA primary due to the differences between the acreages and the frontages. Some frontages are fairly long, but the property could only develop a couple of houses, resulting in a potential small profit to the developer/property owner. Some frontages are fairly short. However, the property could be developed fairly extensively, thus potentially providing a large profit to the develop/property owner. In addition, we felt the acreage method was an equitable method, given that the benefits properties are classified as LDR or PQ, and would be expected that they would be subject to the same land use requirements for density and lot coverage. To answer your question specifically, this is a good example of exactly why we had requested frontage as opposed to acreage. One of the properties, and it doesn't matter which property it would be, but one of the specific properties, we expensed 400 linear feet to go across the property with both city sewer and water for that particular property. The reimbursement for that property in turn is 7.3% of our expense. If linear feet were used, the reimbursement would possibly be 17.4%. And from the perspective of this particular property, I know that there are plans for potential development of 11 lots, which could mean some degree of profitability for the individual. It's really contrary to what Ms. Johnson is suggesting. That's an example of a property that has frontage and has the ability to receive significant compensation in this process.
The property that he's referring to is Bill Rourke's property there. Karn supplied you with this sheet prior to your, for your packet purposes today. Thank you, Michael, for your testimony. Any other questions for Michael? We're going to invite, is there any other written testimony or items that need to come to the attention of the council?
None submitted for this item.
Thank you. Karn, we're going to invite you back to the table. Truman, thank you for your question, because this was one of the follow-on questions I was going to ask Karn. What's the difference between the frontage mentality or the acreage mentality here in regards to this? So if you want to address that first before your final summary and your request to the council.
Council President McKinney, could you repeat the question or what you want us to address?
Justify the acreage rather than the lineal foot. Or your thinking anyway. You don't have to justify. What is the absolute thinking here that you've passed on to the council tonight?
It has a lot to do with this is Sonia Johnson with the engineering department. It has a lot to do with the ability of some of the properties to potentially impact or use the capacity of the public main lines more so than the other smaller properties. If you have a small property, then you can only take so much water from that water line. You can only put in so much wastewater into that wastewater line. Therefore, the capacity of that line is to a certain degree predicated on the amount that you can put in or take out, right? If you have a larger property, then you have a greater impact on those lines. If you have a small property, you're going to have a smaller impact on those lines, given the fact that everybody has the same land use designation at this point. Or it is assumed that they will have the same land use designation.
Okay, we're going to close the public testimony, and we'll ask staff for their final comments and recommendation.
Staff recommends that the council adopt the advanced financing agreement with Veritas School for the construction of a 10-inch public wastewater line and an 8-inch public water line along North College Street, and also adopts the engineer's report that is part of the advanced financing agreement.
Thank you. Councilors, we've heard from staff and we've heard from the public. Any further questions that you have before we go into deliberation? Mr. Johnson first.
This is for Truman. So we just did the Bell Road easement agreement earlier in the evening. Is it, I mean, I'm just looking at the easement issues in the Rourke letter. Is that a private matter, or does the city get involved with that at all? My question is really, is it appropriate for us to subtract out what that cost of the easement would be from their advanced financing district, or is that more a negotiation between Mr. Rourke and Veritas?
Truman Stone City Attorney. No, I think that would be inappropriate for the city to subtract that out and to basically get in the middle of a dispute between two private parties. I think what I was trying to get at was the council is supposed to look at what's fair in this situation. And so, and not so much, is there an old poker debt that somebody didn't pay and you're going to take that off this sort of thing. But more when you look at the benefit and how the development occurs and which properties really have the potential to benefit from this. And whether you look at a linear foot model or whether you look at some other model. And there's actually a separate section in our code that deals specifically with odd-shaped lots and suggests that the council shall individually establish the benefit consistent with an odd-shaped lot on a case-by-case basis and stuff. But if I could just kind of back up and talk about linear versus acreage, if you have a 1,000-foot block and you have 10 lots, each has 100-foot frontage on that 1,000-foot block, and a developer puts in a sidewalk, you can easily look at the benefit as based on the linear feet of those lots. So each lot got 100 foot of sidewalk. And whatever the cost for the 1,000 feet of sidewalk was, you divide it in 10, right? That's a pretty easy calculation. If you have, instead of 10 equally sized lots on that block, if you have 9 which are relatively equally sized, and the 10th one is the flag portion of a flag lot, and it goes back and it opens up, say, 20 acres where they could develop, a large number of houses. You have to ask, is it equitable for that development to only share 1/10 and spread it that way? And that's not exactly what we have here, but that's more similar to the situation that we have here. And so, as staff has told you, their analysis is that the acreage approach is the more equitable in this situation based on the fact that a lot of these lots don't really have much frontage, and the ones that do are relatively small lots. So I hope that clarifies it a little more.
I have a follow-on.
Yes.
So if you look at the map that we were provided in our Veritas presentation.
I have to get to that. Okay.
So the reason staff is recommending that we base this on acreage is if you look at the property,
17.
the 0.7 acre property with 339. It's right where it goes up and starts heading up the highway.
Correct.
That's not that much shorter than Bill Rourke's. And yet, there's a lot less acreage there. So that person is not going to get as much benefit out of that pipe as Mr. Rourke is. And so if we based it on linear foot, that person is going to pay almost as much as Bill Rourke, but he can't, or he or she can't develop to offset those costs and probably won't use the pipe as much as Bill Rourke would because he's got 2 acres and this other person has 0.7 acres. So it's kind of an equity issue.
That's the theory behind this approach.
Okay, just making sure I understood. Thank you.
Any other thoughts or questions, Mr. Essen?
I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. Even though this shows that Jerry Brown is going to pay $17,289, which he will do if he ever develops, he won't be paying it at this time. Is that correct?
Karn?
Until he does develop?
Karin Hoffman, city engineer. One, I wanted to clarify, at this point, the city, the apportionment to Jerry Brown is actually $7,171 per the engineer's report. I believe the number that you were looking at, yeah, so he would not pay until such time as he develops and/or connects to the city water and/or sewer line. And that would be separate. If he connected to the water line only, he would only pay the water line portion. If he connected to the sewer line, he would only pay the sewer line portion.
Follow on? Oh. Send the bailiff after him. Do you have follow on? Okay. Mr. Mayor.
Could I just add something to that? Under the terms of our code, the advanced finance agreement's a 10-year term. So what you would approve would be if any of these benefited properties within the next 10 years hooked up to these services, these reimbursement amounts would be required as a condition of hooking up to those. Beyond that, there is a potential provision in our code for extending that an additional 10 years, but that's not automatic, and that requires further council action. So it's really, the purpose of this code is when somebody develops property and they install public infrastructure in an area that's likely to develop in the near future, that the first one there doesn't bear the full cost of the public infrastructure, that it's apportioned according to who benefits from the property. But it's not a forever.
Following?
Yes, sir.
Well, I think, as I understand it, when they do develop, they're required to come into the city at that point, right?
Yes.
So the fact that they're in the county and they have whatever they have, they can't develop under the county. They're required to go into the city because the county wouldn't allow that to start out probably, but we have requirement that they then pay their $7,000, use our things, and become a member of the city, so there's no way that we can let them off on that.
Well, to be clear, if they're allowed to develop under the county zoning ordinance, which they may or may not be, I don't know, they wouldn't need to annex and they wouldn't need to necessarily connect to city services. But if they were to annex into the city and develop, that would be a requirement to connect to city services.
I'm looking at Karin. Her head is shaking up and down, so evidently there's concurrence about Mr. Stone's last statement. Mr. Mayor?
Mine will be in deliberation.
Okay.
Could I just say one other thing to clarify?
Yes, you may.
So Mr. Brown asked a question about why North Valley Friends wasn't having to reimburse this amount. I just want to be clear that if you look at the engineer's report, the benefit to North Valley Friends was actually assigned to North Valley Friends, and that was $170,000. The reason there would not be included in the advanced financing agreement is because they have a separate deal with Veritas for that amount outside of this. And so, but of the overall project, the portion of their benefit has been assigned to them in the math, in the calculation. So they're not getting a free ride in that event, in the way I think that you were assuming.
Pleasure of the council, if you want to make a motion.
Are we in deliberations now?
No, we don't have a motion yet, do we?
Are we in deliberations?
All right, deliberation.
I have a question I want to direct it to staff. I need a little clarification Under the city under the resolution, City of Newberg resolves as follows. Would you give me clarification on item number 4, please?
I can answer that, I think. So
What is the resolution page?
it's page 5 of the council packet.
Thank you.
So subparagraph 4 says that Veritas School shall guarantee the public improvements until June 11th, 2017, a period of 2 years after acceptance by the city. Is that your question, Mr. Mayor?
Are those dates correct?
I believe so. It's from, so when the public improvement is made, the city accepts it as a city, city water pipe, city sewer pipe, city public improvement. At that time, the developer needs to warrant the construction and installation of that. And
They're only going to guarantee it until June of this year?
under our code, that's what it
A period
says.
of 2 years after acceptance, when did we accept it by the city?
I believe it was June of 2015.
Thank you.
June 11, 2015?
Ms. Hoffman's nodding her head yes.
I think that's about right. Would that be under point number 3 in the recitals? I think I got that right.
Yes, you did.
Further questions? I wish for the council it was a little more black and white or straight up or whatever. Truman, I think you've done a pretty good job trying to speak to the fairness of the issue that's here or whatever. There's probably some things that could have been done differently and whatever. I'm prepared to entertain from the council what their intentions are. Mr. Essen?
I would make a motion that we approve resolution number 2017-3357, a resolution authorizing an advanced financing agreement between the city and Veritas School for the construction of a 10-inch public wastewater line and an 8-inch public water line on North College Street.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I will say that I will not support this measure in the interest of fairness. I certainly would have been encouraging the parties to postpone any approval regarding this particular resolution, and that the parties should get their heads together and figure out here. It's not a simple matter. It's a difference of about $70-some-odd thousand between acreage and lineal foot. It's $14,000 of unrealized revenues to one of the parties here. I'm rather disappointed, not that the staff has done a bad job, but given the job that they've been given here, I think that at a future date, a better resolution could come to the council table regarding this. I will not vote in favor of this resolution.
Others? Yeah, Stephen. I'm going to be in support of the resolution due to the fact that staff has determined that acreage is the best way to determine the value. And I agree that with acreage, one property can be developed into many, many lots, while another one can be developed into 5 lots or something along that line. So to me, that's a better apportionment. And also, I think the letter from Mr. Rourke is good. However, we've determined through, I believe, the city attorney and through Councilor Essen's questions, that we've determined that most of those issues, if not all of them, are civil matters that need to be taken up between the two parties, and not, the council should not consider those.
Any other council members? Patrick?
The mayor has his line.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor first. And then
Oh, my,
Patrick Johnson.
excuse me.
I'm going to join Council President McKinney in not supporting this tonight. Mostly not because I don't think it's fair or the right thing to do. I just see a mess on the horizon coming. If they're going to build a school, they're going to have to go through some sort of land use process, I'm assuming. And now all of the property owners immediately adjacent to their project that they have a pipe going through are angry. Where do you think that's going to end up? So from my point of view, in the best interest of the community and also Veritas School getting their project approved, I would really urge them to go back and talk to the property owners and come up with an agreement that they all can get behind, whether that's linear foot or acreage or usage or whatever, algebra they want to do. I think that would be the best way to go about it, just simply from a long range kind of look. I would love to see Veritas build their campus up there. I think it'd be a great gateway for our community. However, I just think this is a little premature and some homework needs to be done. So that's why I'm not supporting it.
I think you're the only counselor that hasn't commented on this. Do you have anything to say?
I have a question of staff, I think, if I may.
You should.
Whether we adopt this advanced finance or not, does that preclude the continuing of the construction for the school?
Doug Rucks, Community Development Director. As Mr. Stice had indicated, there was a development agreement that was done between the city and North Valley Friends Church. One of the provisions in there is that in order for them to connect to the sewer and water lines that have been extended to their particular site, they have to submit an annexation application. And we have been in discussions with them. By submitting an annexation application, it would allow them, per the terms of that development agreement, to go to the county and get permits in order to move their modular buildings from their current campus location up the hill to the new site. So there's some steps that we have been talking with them about that we have to go through in order for them to be able to connect to the sewer and water lines that have been extended up to that site. Is that getting to your question, Mayor, or I need to be a little bit more specific?
Is this advanced financing agreement contingent upon that, or is their building contingent upon the advanced financing agreement?
The AFA is not contingent upon them. No, the AFA is not contingent upon them advancing forward the development of their site.
So this does not preclude the Veritas going ahead and building on that site?
That's correct. They just have other processes they have to go through to connect to the infrastructure.
Mr. Essen?
Yeah, the reason I went through that whole drill is even if we don't approve it, other than saying, okay, well, you guys go talk, we don't have there's no reason for them to make any different agreement than follow what our breakdown says that they ought to go with. So, and I'm understanding that we shouldn't get involved in that whole process. And I'm wondering if by the fact that we turn it down, based on the fact that they go back and make that work, isn't that at cross purposes of what you were saying, Truman, about, no, that's not something that's in our purview. So we're doing something that's not in our purview to try to come up with a better solution which may or may not happen. And I guess what the mayor's saying, well, we won't be holding anything up. They just won't be getting their money until they talk and maybe come up with something that makes people happier. And from what I'm understanding, the largest property doesn't expect to pay anything because they did some things and maybe they want to be compensated for it. And so we're trying to negotiate, it seems to me, for that property owner, one specific property owner. And that's why I ask all the questions, because we're not really supposed to do that. But councils can certainly do it from what I can tell, but I don't know how we're going to resolve the issue other than holding them up on getting reimbursement.
Karn, no money changes hands until a development takes place, or when does money change hands?
Karen Hoffman, city engineer. So assuming the council adopts an advanced financing agreement, which would have to be the first step. If the council adopts that, we would sign an agreement with Veritas. And then, yes, when development occurs, then the property that develops would be expected to pay their share, whatever the AFA engineer's report apportions to them. So as Truman noted earlier, if none of the properties develop in the next 10 years and the council doesn't extend this, then there would be no money exchanging hands. Now, that doesn't mean that there couldn't be another side agreement that happens outside the city's purview. But yeah, the development could still go forward even without an AFA. The council could choose to adopt the AFA or not, or propose a different apportionment method, or but that's completely under the purview of the council.
Mr. Johnson.
My issue is less about what they come up with and more about the process. So let's say you're.
I'm not hearing you at all.
Oh, okay, sorry. So my issue is less about what agreement they come up with, and because that is a private matter, and more about the process of how this was done. So if I'm at my house and somebody builds a pipe, and the first thing I hear about it is the city reaching out to me saying, hey, we're gonna put in an advanced financing district, and the person who put in the pipe wants to be reimbursed, even though they're the ones that want the pipe. I don't want a pipe, I just wanna live in my house and retire here and be happy. What I'm saying is that I think in fairness, which is our purview, there needs to be some discussions between parties so that way they understand, and we're not getting in the middle of that. Because what it's gonna do is it's gonna bleed over into the annexation hearing, and those upset people could come to us, and then at the annexation, we have a mess. Whereas, you know, I'm trying to look out for Veritas, I'm trying to look out for the city, and I'm also trying to look out for the property owners that live, that have that pipe, access to that pipe. So I'm trying to split the baby.
Thank you, Solomon. I tend to agree with Mr. Johnson on this, is that further movement on this particular issue tonight just postpones these major questions that are yet to come in regards to the settlement of some of these issues. It's not our responsibility to settle the nitpicky issues between the parties, but in the interest of progress, are we just kicking a can down the road to where we're going to have to answer or seek answers somewhere along the way? Mr. Stone, do you have any further advice?
I was just going to say again that all of these things you're discussing, in my opinion, from the discussion that we've had tonight, is it's all beyond the scope of this resolution. This resolution is authorizing an advanced financing agreement only. That's all we're talking about here. We're not talking about what the parties are going to do or what they need to do. Let them have that. It's beyond the scope of what the council is doing with this resolution, in my opinion.
My follow-on would be is how binding is this resolution towards further development or
If the council adopts this will set these figures in place for the next 10 years. So it would be binding. If the council votes against this resolution tonight, that will ultimately settle the issue. Although I will remind you under the council rules that someone who votes on the prevailing side of an issue can ask for reconsideration at the next council meeting. So that would be the only mechanism to bring it back up again. I'm sorry? So if the council votes one way or the other, it will be a final decision tonight.
One quick question.
Yes, sir.
So they couldn't reapply with a different agreement?
Well, there's a timing issue. They had 6 months to apply from the timing of the annexation. And so the application's in. I think if you voted down this current application, they likely would have missed that time period to submit a new application. If that were the case.
If I may,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, who is they?
Veritas.
Any further questions? If not, the mayor has suggested, and I agree, a division of the House regarding this particular issue. Sue?
Counselor Essen?
Yes.
Counselor Johnson?
No.
Counselor Deli?
No.
Counselor McKinney?
No.
Counselor Corey?
Yes.
Mayor Andrews?
No.
The resolution fails, 2 in favor and 1, 2, 3, 4 against, and there is 1 absent counselor this evening. Resolution fails. I want to thank the mayor for giving me such a difficult season to chair. You dirty dog.
You handled it well, and we sincerely appreciate the input from everybody on that. We now move into new business.
We have a recess.
We've had a request for a recess. We will be in recess for 10 minutes.
And Mr. Mayor, good evening. Karen Hoffman, you've heard from me a lot tonight, city engineer. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I'm back to talk to you about the infiltration and inflow private lateral program. In May and September of 2015, so it's been a little while, the City Council heard information about the I&I issues that the city has and that we're facing in the wastewater collection system. For a little bit of background, and I think the PowerPoint is in your packet if you wanted to follow along. Infiltration is groundwater that enters through leaky pipes and manholes, and then inflow is actually stormwater that enters into the wastewater system, generally through direct connections or holes in the manhole lids or those types of things. At our treatment plant, our peak day factor ranges from 3 to 17.2. So in other words, in the highest concentrations of rain, we can see that much of a difference in over our regular amount of wastewater flow, which is quite a bit. Excuse me. We prioritize the collection system rehabilitation to reduce peak water flows to the wastewater treatment plant and potentially delay capacity-related improvements. Woohoo! Since 2015, we've been rehabilitating private, let me see if I can get this to here, public lines through our capital improvement program and have noticed some results, although there's more to accomplish. Public Works Director Harris stole my thunder a little bit, but I wanted to note that some issues that we faced on Springbrook Road over the last several weeks have been traced back to a blockage in the line to a flow meter. So it's not that we had, although there was still quite a bit of I&I, it wasn't the system itself that failed. Once the monitor was removed, the flow in the pipe dropped dramatically. And then another note for you, the infiltration project this year consists of replacing additional public laterals in the Aquarius area and lining several hundred lineal feet of mainline pipe, again, to reduce the amount of I&I that's going into that Springbrook trunk line. The maintenance division has also started rehabilitating several of the worst manholes that have been discovered as part of the I&I reports and additional investigative work that's happened. So private laterals cost to replace, repair, it depends on how bad it is, between $3,500 and $5,000 a lateral. And in order to obtain the greatest reduction in I&I, the rehabilitation of these private laterals must be completed in combination with the improvements to the public system. In September of 2015, the council gave direction to require property owners to pay for this work, as already outlined in the municipal code, and for staff to come up with guidelines on how the laterals would be inspected and property owners notified. Is there an opportunity for a city to finance these repairs through a loan program in case of a hardship? Is there a way for the city to contract with general contractors for this work instead? And to develop an education campaign to help get the word out about how important it is to reduce I&Is. Currently, the city deals with private laterals on a case-by-case basis and is very reactionary. This new program would address these issues proactively. So again, additional reduction could double the amount of benefit that we gain from reducing that amount. And the municipal code currently states that the property owner is responsible for that private lateral. And as Public Works Director Harris noted, that every time we treat stormwater at the wastewater plant, that means the wastewater plant has to get bigger, we're using more energy, we're using more chemicals. You know, the stormwater isn't water that needs to be treated at the wastewater treatment plant. So the more we can get out of that, the better off we are. So as part of this project, if we do a city capital project, we'll inspect the private laterals at the same time to determine their water tightness. And there are actually guidelines in the municipal code about when they are quote, quote, failing and when they aren't. If there are complaints received, obviously we'll go inspect those as part of the investigation. And then as part of any other planning effort on I&I, private laterals might be inspected through smoke testing, dye testing, those types of things to see if there are any concerns. So the process would be if the need for repair is determined through one of these other methods, a letter would then be sent to the property owner. There's two different ways it would be handled. If it was part of as a capital project, then it would be handled by the engineering division. If it came about through a complaint process, the code enforcement would continue to handle this as normal. The property owner has 90 days to repair the lateral. And then if the property owner finishes the repair within 30 days, the city can provide an incentive of up to $100 on their municipal services statement. So the contractor program. So one of the questions that came up is whether the city could contract actually with a contractor to actually do the work and possibly get a cheaper price. If we had, we said that we were going to do 50 this year, maybe there was a price reduction that could be benefited. After discussions and talking with different jurisdictions about how they do things, discussions with the city attorney, et cetera, we decided that was somewhat problematic of how you write that contract. So what we did say is that we could certainly advertise a request for qualifications for contractors. We could evaluate those contractors, set up a qualified list, and then we could provide that list to the property owners. That way they know if they come off the list, which they don't have to, but if they hire somebody off the list, there's somebody who has done this type of work before and is, more reputable and those types of things to do the work. So city funding financing, this came back to the hardship question. And so working with the city attorney and the finance director, we came up with a cost of that we could fund a portion through a loan program in the wastewater fund, and we could finance up to 75% of the cost of the repair. We'd start with $50,000 in the budget to allow for that to occur. It would be a first come basis. Once the $50,000 is gone for the year, it's gone for the year, but it would be available again the following year. To qualify for the loan, the property owner would have to prove a hardship to complete the work in the time frame required. The hardship criteria we came up with was low income, which is equal to less than 80% of the median income, and that's the same definition that Doug Rex is using with the affordable housing and those types of programs. If it was an extremely long lateral, so say it goes around behind the backside of the building or the house or something over 40 feet long, that would qualify as a hardship. And then if there was more than one lateral to the property that needs repair, sometimes especially if it's a split level house, sometimes they may actually have two laterals, one that goes to the bottom, one that goes to the top, and say both of them had to be repaired because of damage, that would qualify as a hardship under this program. So I did provide two motions for you, for the council to consider. One thing that we did do is also, and I provided to you in the packet, is a information campaign brochure that we put together to try and talk about what I&I is and how it's helpful for the system. Kudos to Brittany Jeffries who put this together and put it together in real people talk rather than engineering talk. So hopefully this would be the start of that program, that public involvement program and outreach to the property owners. So again, there's a couple of motions there for your consideration, but I'm available for questions.
Councilor McKinney, Councilor Johnson.
In a year's time, yes, you're the engineer that's here. Is 50,000 enough?
We believe, at this point, we believe so. We can certainly come back and reevaluate that as we move through the program. If we're finding that there's more and more laterals that need to be replaced and qualify for the hardship, the 50,000 would only be for those folks that qualify for those hardships, so that at this point, those three criteria are met and/or criteria are met. And so we believe at this point that that's enough, but we can certainly evaluate that a couple of years in to see if we need to add more money to that line item.
Follow on?
What's the last 2 years tell you?
We actually haven't implemented this program yet, so I don't know yet.
Counselor Johnson?
How do other cities handle the laterals from the street to the house? Are there some that pay for the whole thing? Or you mentioned 2015, you guys talked about this. Can you kind of give me a little history lesson so that way I know?
Correct. So yeah, there's some jurisdictions that have taken on responsibility for the entire system all the way up to the house. Clean Water Services being one of them. We also spoke about other jurisdictions that do as we do, which is we take care of it up to the right-of-way line. So just generally just behind the sidewalk. And then from there on is the property owner's responsibility to maintain and/or rehabilitate that line.
Follow on?
Follow on?
And I know you're gonna have to look in your crystal ball for this one, but how many properties potentially are we looking at that are gonna need to replace that line from the sidewalk to their house? I mean, is it
We're-
mostly older properties?
We're estimating probably 40% of the laterals over the entire city, ultimately. That may be a little high. It just kind of varies. And yeah, in the older areas of town, it's probably worse than in the newer areas of town. But that's not always the case.
I have a follow-on.
I'd like to do a follow-on to this
Okay.
last question. Do you have any idea of how many laterals have been repaired?
None have been repaired under this program.
How many-
Any being repaired in the city?
If you go
No.
back into 2015, 2014, do you have any idea
No.
how many property owners have repaired
No,
laterals?
no, we do not.
So, I know of one that was done at 1103 North Sitka. Go
Do you
ahead.
know somebody over there?
Yeah.
Okay.
You had a follow-up?
Now, did you say the entire line or from the sidewalk to the house?
It's generally from the right-of-way line to the house, which is generally the back of walk. It varies in different locations, but generally from the back of the sidewalk to the house would be the property owner's responsibility.
I have it on good authority that McMinnville makes the property owner pay for the entire thing. And then you have one person prominent in the police department that's facing this right now. And they were fairly dismayed that they were going to be responsible for the entire lateral. Maybe you've heard from that person.
Actually, I have not.
In McMinnville? No, here. For the entire lateral?
Yeah. It's pending. I'll send them to you. Okay.
But yeah, the
No,
city.
I'm hearing mixed messages here.
McMinnville residents have to pay
That's
for
what
the
I said.
entire.
He is a
right.
McMinnville resident.
No, he's not. He's your chief of police.
I think Councilor McKinney was just making another statement. So City of McMinnville does require the property owner to pay for all of it. City of St. Helens requires the property owner to pay for all of it. So most municipal codes require the property owner to take care of it. Clean Water Services is just big enough that they decided that they would just take care of it as part of their project.
I think I heard a red herring, but that's all right.
I have a follow-on here.
Go ahead, follow on.
Is generally how much these run per foot to repair a lateral or to replace a lateral?
Generally, the cost to is $3,500 to $5,000. Depending on.
The average lateral?
Yes.
Mayor Andrews?
Yes.
I would like to add something. I don't know if it was included in the discussion, but the benefit to the property owner, as you might have realized on Sitka Street, is replacement of the laterals now typically use PVC products or ABS. which are not prone to root intrusion. The older laterals were typically made of clay tile or concrete tiles, and the joints, a lot of joints in the segments, because concrete pipe is really heavy, and so the lengths didn't get very long. And so those collars all went away and the roots get in there. Well, the benefit to the property owner is that Roto-Rooter might not be visiting you as much to clean your line out and to do things. And as all you know, when you bring a plumber out, that's typically expensive. So, you know, you could pay a couple $1,000s, you know, to get your lateral replaced. Hopefully some of that value when you sell your house will go with the property if you advertise it correctly, that you did replace your lateral and that you did eliminate a bunch of issues. So, you know, there's benefits to both parties, you know, everyone here. You got the city, reduction of I&I, reduction of flows, you know, to the plant and treatment, and then also to potentially improve your property values also.
Your question, your credit, the $100 credit, is that per incident, or is that if a third person is having a $3,500 bill, they'd get a $100 credit?
Correct,
If they had a $5,000 bill, they'd get a $100 credit.
correct.
If they had to do this twice in the year,
Well, the hope would be you wouldn't have to do it twice in 1 year, but if you did, you could get a $100 credit both times if you did it within 30 days of being notified.
thank you. Any further questions or concerns that you have here? I see a good program being brought before us. Thank you. Councilor Johnson,
You mentioned concerns. Can I bring up a concern?
do you?
Yeah, I have a concern.
Well, speak up.
Okay. So I was just doing some math, which is always dangerous for me, and 80% of median income is $43,884 annually. If you put in a $1,500 lateral, that's what it costs. That's 2.7% of your annual income. If you put in a $5,000 lateral, that's 9.1% of your annual income. My concern is that while it's nice that we have that program, I'm not entirely sure people are going to be able to pay that much of their income over the terms that we have put in this agreement. That's my concern. So I don't know how to fix it. I don't know if we care, but I just wanted to point that out.
Councilor McKinney?
What are the terms? X number of dollars, what percentage rate over what period of time?
A lot of that has been talked about with the finance director. We've talked about a 5-year loan, a 5-year term on the loan with a very, what was the lending rate that we talked about? That the interest rate would be tied to a common lending factor, and the term of the loan actually could be a sliding scale, so it could be 5 years for the larger amount, but a shorter period of time for the smaller amount, depending on, you know, how much we were talking about. And let me address Councilor Johnson's concerns, and certainly it is a concern. What we can say is that the city of McMinnville has been actively working on this for the last 5 to 7 years, and they've had 80 to 90% compliance rates without having to go to enforcement or any of those types of things. So, and actually, the city of St. Helens is in the same arena. So, and certainly before we go down any enforcement path, we would have, you know, further discussions on that. But if we don't move forward with this program, say we went back, this council decided that the city should pay for these repairs, basically then everybody would be paying for it as part of the rates, because it would have to come up in the wastewater rates, and so that it would be reflected on everybody's bill. So there is a trade-off there, but certainly as a property owner, there are certain maintenance requirements that you have, for your property and your house. So it's just like the sidewalk repairs in front of your house are your responsibility also. So I don't know if that helped or not.
A follow-on to that question. If we, by using the proposed loan program here that we have, do we then file a lien against the property? City Attorney?
We haven't fully worked out what the financing program would look like. That would be a potential option. Although I would say for some of these small amounts, it may not be cost effective to record liens on properties.
What's the recording fee?
It's a something like $40 for the first page and then $10 per page after that or something. I haven't recorded.
You didn't answer my questions in a language that I understood.
So there's not a flat fee. There's a higher dollar amount for the first page, and then there's a per page
How many
charge
pages
after
do you
that.
need?
Well, it typically be one or two. I used to know the actual answer to this, but since I came to work at the city, I've forgotten some
Well,
of
we
these
need to
things.
get you back into action. What I was thinking is, you have those people that just simply may, for financial purposes, may not have the money. You may have a very elderly person that does not have the money. But if there was a lien against the property and on death they sold the property, then the city is not forfeiting that money. It would come out of the proceeds of the sale. So that could take some burden off of some of our citizens, maybe particularly the elderly that may be less financially endowed, but it could be others that in there. So that's why I was asking about can we file a lien against the property? I know we can, but you're saying there is a cost associated with that.
Well, just the recording fee, it'd be somewhere around $50 or $60. But then you get to issues too about, do they have equity in the property? Are they giving you a lien, but you're in fifth position behind a whole bunch of other places? If you were having a lending program like that, you would require a title report. You want to be in first or second position at the worst. It could get fairly complex to do it that way.
So it's easier to forfeit it than go through all that.
Well,
Thank you, that's good enough.
it's something to think about.
Counselor Johnson?
My guess would be, and I don't know as we have these numbers, that what I would be comfortable with, and I don't know how to put it in the form of a motion or how to add it onto this, is that anybody making under $43,000 a year, we'd just waive, the city would pay for it. Is that legal? If they're low income?
The question is it legal would depend on where the money came from, I suppose.
Who's gonna pay for it?
The wastewater fund or the stormwater fund.
And who is the stormwater fund?
Well, that's all us. But
Yes.
I'm just trying to find a way to address these concerns. I mean, I'm gonna support it regardless. I'm just trying to figure out a way to help folks that maybe can't afford to get their pipe replaced.
Follow on, Mr. Mayor.
Follow on.
There are cities that just do it, are there not, Karen?
Most cities do not do it. Like I said, in this area, Clean Water Services is one that has taken it on and done it. But Clean Water Services is obviously a very large entity, and they have more resources than we do at the city. Most cities are requiring the property owners to take care of it. I think I know of one other city that might be taking care of it, but that's the only one when we did the research a year and a half ago.
And I think maybe an answer to Counselor Johnson. Once we take an action here, that's not necessarily cut in stone, and you can't chisel out some other language that would, as we meet these, we can add to or detract from, et cetera. So this is a start.
That's correct, Mayor. And certainly, just like with any code enforcement case or that type of stuff, if it came to the point where somebody truly couldn't afford to pay for it, are we going to go after them under a code enforcement case? That's a conversation that obviously we would have with the city attorney, and that if we came down to that. Again, as I noted, City of McMinnville, City of St. Helens, they're getting 80 to 90% compliance rates with no enforcement action necessary or any of those types of things. So, but yes, we could certainly come back if we're seeing a lot of that type of concerns and issues. We can certainly come back to the council with, a modification or a change or a suggestion.
That said, the chair will entertain proposed motion number 1.
Mr. Mayor,
Counselor Johnson?
I move the city council moves to implement the wastewater private lateral program as outlined.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the city council move to implement the wastewater private lateral program as outlined. Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion, do I hear a call for the question? Question's been called for. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye? Aye, okay. Gonna have to have you all turn your mics on. Okay.
We have the non-verbals on the left side of the room here.
Okay, so 501. Do I have a motion, a proposed motion number 2?
I'll take that one on.
Aye. Councilor Corey?
That we move or make a motion to have the city attorney create the financing instrument with review and approval of the finance director and the city manager, and council. We also delegate the authority to the city manager to approve the loan applications.
I hear that one seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, is there a call for the question?
Call for the question.
Question's been called for. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, say thank you. Motion passes. 501. All right. With that concludes our main business. Now we
Actually,
have some
Mr. Mayor,
council.
I just wanted to note that we will be finalizing the finance contracts. We'll do the request for qualifications, and we'll start the public outreach and education program. So you'll be seeing this nice little
Now.
brochure in your,
Right now.
yes,
Right
right
now.
now.
Right
Mr.
now.
Mayor,
I'm gonna do it right now.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
You'll see to that. City manager, pro tem, you'll see to that.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
let Brittany know that is an awesome pamphlet. So I read it, I loved it.
I
Good
will
job.
let her know. Thank you.
Under council business, Councilor Ison?
I have a question. We just let off the developer and charged the school. But will he have, when he puts each one of his lots in, does he then have to still pay all the fees that go along with that? So he's still stuck on that end, right?
Say what? You try that one, Carr. I didn't understand it.
Karin Hoffman, city engineer. I'm assuming you're talking, so at the last hearing, the council voted down the advanced financing agreement, which means that the Veritas School will not get reimbursement for any of the costs that they have incurred. Now, that's not to say if Bill Rourke came in tomorrow, say, and developed his 11 lots, he would still pay SDCs, but he would pay those to the city.
I'm not
They
saying
would
that.
get paid to the city, not to Veritas. Veritas would not get any reimbursement for that.
Yeah,
We
we'll
would get
it.
that
We
money.
still got our money coming, that's all I want to know. Thank you.
Council business. Bonamici is having a town hall in McMinnville on March 3rd. 1800 hours, 6 p.m. at the Mac High School. Those of you that can attend, great. I believe Councilor Johnson's going. I will try to be making it, so I want you to be aware of that. Truman, you had an item you wanted to share?
I just want to report that I'm up against a vacation cap again, and so I'll be taking off. Joe will be back end of next week. I'm going to be off next Friday, or this Friday, yes, the 24th, through the next Thursday.
If you're not sure, you do need a rest.
Yeah, well, no, I got all confused about what day it was.
Okay, thank you.
So I will not be at Mayor's Cabinet, I believe, just so you know.
All right, would you have a designee?
If you'd like, I'm not sure who that'd be, but
We'll cross that bridge, we'll talk about it later. Counselor McKinney, your mic?
You can just reassure him that it won't come up on his evaluation. He's free to take his vacation.
What do you mean I can reassure him? Employee recognition breakfast, are you all going to be able to attend in the morning? Work. There'll be 3 of us there. Thank you. I appreciate it. Very good. I had the Butler property here, and I can't remember why I put it down. And the local government dinner on Thursday evening. You all going to be able to attend? Haley, you going to be able to make it? Oh, that's a shame. I wanted to show you off. Okay.
Mayor Andrews?
Yes, sir.
Butler property. The Butler property, the request was from the Downtown Coalition that you evaluate what you think would be some uses there so they could, or give some direction of use there so they can do some studies and return to you.
No, not really. Okay.
Is he looking for a motion?
I think we need to probably have that come under the auspices of the city manager to kind of work on that discussion and feedback. I don't think we'll take an action tonight, other than I think I would suggest, unless I hear something, there's a consensus that we share that with the city manager to have that discussion on a very timely basis when he returns.
So council's desire is to move forward with some sort of increased use of the property other than what's happening there now?
I didn't say that. I said we'd have the discussion as to what that might be, if any.
Mr.
Okay.
Mayor, I would make a motion that we would direct staff to come back with some suggestions about what we could do with the Butler property at a future date, to where we can discuss and then move forward at a time uncertain.
Except that they were asking council for their.
They were asking council, not the staff.
But what the
No,
motion,
I
are we gonna get a
understand-
second for the
I
motion?
understand what you're saying.
Or are we gonna?
Do we have a second? Motion fails for lack of a second. Thank you.
Okay. One thing that they did bring a bunch of different items in the proposal that were in their packet. And they were looking for something that council might like the food court, or council might like to just increase the farmer's market, maybe extend it into the season a little farther. That's all they were looking for, is 2 things that we can evaluate further, increase the foot traffic, try to use it year-round. That's what they were looking for, rather than just the farmer's market only and beers and brews. You and I had a couple beers there that one time. That was a few years ago.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, I'm still drunk from it, obviously. But that's what they were looking for. So, I mean, we could regurgitate the report. They had all those pictures and all that. You know, there was student housing, and so they had all these different levels of development. And so all they're trying to gauge is, what is the interest? Do you want student housing, or do you want zero use and a fountain in the middle?
If I may, Jay, I think
Yes.
the council is saying to you right now, not tonight.
Okay. So
We'd like to have that, we can have that discussion, but I don't think tonight.
we will bring this back, the same information back for another work session?
That'd be all right.
Okay.
Anything else before the council? Do
Move
we have a
to-
report
move
from the
adjourn.
graphic tonight? I thought that would wake him up.
Move adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Introduce her.
Do you know all these people? Aaron Knapp, I can never remember the compound, but Aaron Knapp is our new graphic reporter. Thanks for joining us tonight, guy.
And he gets paid triple time for coming to these meetings. He's gonna be at every one.
He does, and we don't?
He did share that he got crap for leaving early at the last council meeting.
Oh, he get chastised for that, huh?
He got minus.
We are adjourned. Thank you all for a good night. Thank you for the rolling gavel. I appreciate it. Patrick, you got it next.
Just looking forward to the next one.
Roving gavel. Whenever the tough comes up.
Yeah, transportation utility fee.